Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live streaming. Yes, as it states, we're going to talk about the church feminist. Well, at least go over some quotes and see what people think about those quotes and more. With the and more part pretty much being anything that may come directly up during the stream or that I may just so happen to find while I'm online. So let's take a look directly at this video dealing with the church and tithing. One of the main things that I've gone over quite a few times, especially when it deals with the black church. And we're going to see what these pastors have to say.
Got paid. My tithe is what? 100. So, man, I got to pay my daycare. They're going to kick my kid out. Here we go. All right. Also, I need to pay my phone bill because T-Mobile about to cut me off. Grocery.
So, Bushido,
I got my kid's hungry. Oh, the Lord. Oh.
what is up, Hack?
Here's the Lord. Here's your $100, Lord. Thank you. And then here's my mortgage payment. Now, you say, well, Pastor, that's good. That's not good. Now, see, here's the difference. I'm helping somebody right now because if you just switch the order, you will see some increase come. Most people do what I just did. Watch this. They gave a tenth to the Lord, but they didn't do it first. We gave him a tenth, but this is how you can give a tenth and not give it first. But the scripture says the first one is what? So I done gave my money to somebody, holy money. I done gave it to the phone bill people, and you only give the tenth first to somebody who can bless you. So let me give me my money back. Give me that. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now this is what should have happened. So who should I give to first? The Lord. Switch places with somebody, Lord. So it don't matter where the Lord is on this. What matters is if whatever comes out first belongs to who? Okay, so here you go, Lord. And so watch this now. As I begin to pay other things, and let's say now it looks like I'm coming up short, God is obligated at that point to supply all of my need because he's supposed to do that because I've honored him with the first.
So I'm just, again, I'm just trying to figure out something, right? So what he's basically trying to say is that the order in which you give is the most important, right? You don't put God in the middle or last, you put him first, right? Cool, right? But then you're like, if you're gonna basically, if you got to pay money to anybody, you pay God first. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to figure out at what point in time did God actually use man-made money? Like, when was the last time that anybody seen like God just pull up to like the corner liquor store and he trying to use five to get a scratch off in a pack of Newports? I'm just trying to understand um when it was that God saw any value in man-made money. Because if we're trying to, say that it is important to give directly to God, right? Wouldn't you use the money or the wealth that God has given upon the earth, meaning gold, silver, palladium, platinum, copper? That's supposed to be money that God created. But again, even with that, God created the universe, so what would he need with any type of wealth when he can just create it? Right? Didn't they sit up there and say that God is wealthier beyond any of our imaginations? So I'm a little bit confused on what the tithing is going to specifically do when it deals with God. Because I've never seen God use any physical money at all. I've never seen him use gold, silver, platinum, copper. I've never seen the bartering system being used. And especially, why would God again use man-made money? On man-made money, it says, "In God we trust." If God knows who God is, why would he need to take man-made money that tells him, "In God we trust"? That doesn't even make any sense. But yet you got black folks that continues to give money over to these pastors, not God. They're giving money over to these pastors. And then the pastors on stage talking about the money that's being given to a lot of these entities that are owed money. They're being, you're giving this holy money. There's nothing holy about man-made money. I'm just a little bit confused. There is nothing holy about man-made money. I could have sworn that people said that money is the root of all evil. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, this is man-made money. And on top of that, this money is not even backed by gold or silver, which is wealth that was created directly by God. A little bit, just a little bit confused on this. And as I look at the crowd, the only people that I see that look like they are dressed pretty nice are the people that are part of the church. Everybody else that is in the crowd looks ordinary. They look like they barely making it. They look like they got to go from paycheck to paycheck and then try to find a way. But then within that, the pastor's like, "Yo, I still need you to sit up there and cut me some of that check real quick. You need to still give directly to the church because the church needs this money." That's wild. That's 100% wild. Oh, but it's going to get worse. Also, shout out to Mahoko. Shout out to Pink, DSB. What is up? What is up? Shout out to Sham. Who else we got directly in here at the moment? Uh, we got Kia. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? But let's continue to see what the rest of these pastors got to say about tithing.
Supply all of my need because he's supposed to do that because I've honored him with the first.
As we move into offering, I want to do this. Hold it, man, just for a moment. Oftentimes, y'all, people want to give and they don't have the ability to give. They desire to give, but they just don't have the ability, the means to give. Is there a person that you're saying, I want to be a part of offering and I do want to contribute to the building of the kingdom of God, but today, Pastor, I just don't have it? I want you to raise your hand if you just don't have it.
Wait. Let me just repeat that one more time. Let me just go back because that just threw me off. Hold on.
As we move into offering, I want to do this. Hold it, man, just for a moment. Oftentimes, y'all, people want to give and they don't have the ability to give. They desire to give, but they just don't have the ability, the means to give. Is there a person that you're saying, I want to be a part of offering and I do want to contribute to the building of the kingdom of God?
Um, so the worldly money that is not made by God, that is being given directly to these churches, is helping to build the kingdom of God. I'm a little bit confused by that. I could have sworn, wouldn't that be heaven? Like I said, I've been out of church for quite some time, a very long time, I might add. But I could have sworn the kingdom of God is heaven. So I'm trying to figure out how within this physical realm that these pastors with these churches where they gather the poorest of the poorest directly there to donate money, better yet to steal money. How is it that we are contributing to building a spiritual reality that is already there, so to say? And again, it's not anything that you can see, touch, smell, hear, or anything of that nature. It's in a whole nother realm of which we are not because we're physical. Let me keep going. Hold on.
But today, Pastor, I just don't have it. I want you to raise your hand if you just don't have it. Raise your hand high. If you're raising your hand and you just don't have it, I want you to come real quickly. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Just trust me. If I'm your pastor, just trust me. This is what we're going to do. I want each and every person that is connected to me. You are a covenant member or a son or daughter of Encounter. Look at your neighbor and say, trust your pastor. I want you to get all the cash you can. And I
Let
just
me go
want you to
back to that key word that he said.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. Just trust me. If I'm your pastor, just trust me. This is what we're going to do. I want each and every person that is connected to me. You are a covenant member or a son or daughter of Encounter. Look at your neighbor and say, trust your pastor.
So right, he said trust your pastor, correct?
Encounter.
Um,
Look at your neighbor, say, trust your pastor.
the problem that I have with this as well is that I've covered videos before, especially when it deals within the black community, where these black pastors, right, who are supposed to be the left or the right hand of God, are the exact same ones who will go to the flock and they'll pick whoever it is that they want to be with. And some of these pastors could very much be married, at least from the stories that I've covered, been married, with kids and everything. And they are either in one instance having relationships with men, right? Married pastors having relationships with men in secrecy, I might add. Other instances, these exact same married pastors are having relationships with women or with women who are also married or having relationships with younger women and getting them pregnant. But he's sitting up here telling you to trust your pastor. While you got these pastors sitting up there wheeling and dealing, gambling, doing drugs, prostituting, getting other women pregnant while being married, having relations with men while speaking against it, getting other women pregnant while being married, flashing money, begging those who are part of the church to give more money because God specifically spoke to them and told them in a dream or in a whisper that the people of the church need to give more. And I'm like, nobody ever questions how it is that the pastors can always have a word with God and God will specifically seek them out and speak to them. But to the people that always give to the church every single time, they never get these talks. They never get these whispers. God is seemingly never with them at those moments and times. It's quite amazing how that happens. Like the one that makes the most money is the one that has the lifeline that can just pick up the red phone and just start, talking to God. It's crazy how that works. And everybody else is paying money to hopefully hear from God. And they still never hear. That's wild though. Let's keep going.
I want you to get all the cash you can. And I just want you to hand it to someone that's standing at this altar. Come on, do it right now. Just go forward. Just a minister, could you go to my office? There's a wad of cash on the. You'll see it. I can't tell you what to do with what God just gave you, but I do know you came because you wanted to be a blessing to the house of God. Now, everyone in this room, we can tithe and we can sow today. Give God praise. God bless you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Father, we thank you. We love you. We honor you for the ability to sow and give. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Now, that ain't what I wanted you to do. Hold on. Hold on. I want you to think about it for a moment. Are you sure you want to give all of that? All right, y'all come on back. Chanel, come here. Come back. If you gave cash there, if you gave all of it, come back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chanel, go and write 4 $200 checks. 5 $200 checks. 6. Y'all do me a favor. Y'all go out real quickly into the lobby. Go into the lobby. Do y'all have Zelle, Cashapp? I need 100 people to go out there and sow another seed into their Cash App or their Zelle. Why y'all staring? All right, look at your neighbor and saying, just like that, God is going to restore everything you gave.
Black church raised. It's crazy. So people already gave money, and then you requested people to give more money. The thing that I find very cute when it deals with these churches is that, especially when it's filmed, they'll have this thing where they'll decide to have one person come directly up. And again, I believe everything is an act anyway. They'll have one person come up, person to magically not know nothing or act very ignorant or whatnot or whatever, first time or however it is that you want to, take it. And then the person will proceed to give money. And then the pastor will then use that person as an example of how it is that God basically works. So if the person decides that they want to give some money, then you got supposedly, quote unquote, these random people in the church that will then pull up to the scene to then give more to that person than what it is that they gave directly to God, therefore showing that God works in such ways that if you decide to tithe, you give from yourself and you give over to God, God is going to, quote unquote, replenish and give back to you in multitudes. But the interesting thing that I find about that is that I've watched, as I've told people before, I watched my grandmother donate consistently, have her Bible on, her nightstand or her table, always open, always reading passages, remembering passages. If she couldn't make it to the church, she was still sending money by way of envelope, putting money and change in there, putting what is it, a cashier's check or whatever it is. Right? However it is that she would still decide to tithe and give money. And I always saw my grandmother going through money troubles and money issues. I always saw her going through health issues and health troubles. And I'm just sitting up there thinking to myself, I'm like, out of all of the examples that I always see these churches give of magically things just showing up, I'm like, I never witnessed that happen for my grandmother. Like magically these things will just all of a sudden happen within the church, within the realm of the church. That's the mystical and the magical area where these things seem to happen. But when it's out there in public, when you're outside of the church and you're in the real world, right? How many times have people sat up there and gave directly to somebody homeless? You might have gave like 10, 20. Maybe in some instances, some people were just like, hey, I'm having a real good day. Let me give $50. You didn't see flocks of people out of nowhere like, oh, you gave 50, now you're about to get 5,000 or 500. That ain't never happened. But like I said, that's the illusion that they decide to sit up there and sell people directly within these churches, to have them coming back because they think that one of these days is going to be their turn after giving $200, $500, $1,000, $5,000, 10,000, 25. $50,000 at some point in time amongst the money that I've given, I'm going to have the same thing returned to me. I'm like, you might as well go to a casino. You might as well, for all of that money, you might as well have spent that money on a scratch off and you probably would have got something back instead of waiting. Realistically. Because the main thing that they say with gambling is that the house always wins. When I look at these churches, I look at it just like a casino. The house always wins. The house gets the most money. They get beyond the lion's share of the money. And if they feel like it, then they'll give out of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that these churches, I'm sorry, the billions that these churches get, right? That they generate in revenue. They don't even, I can't even say that they even give 1%. I can't even say that they give 1%. To go directly into that, this next video is going to make what I'm talking about make a little bit more sense.
Restore everything you gave.
Black church raises $11 billion a year. Say that again. The black church raises $11 billion in tithes and offering a year. If you put all of those black churches together, they wouldn't make a Fortune 100 company. The smallest Fortune 100 company has revenues of $44 billion. That's Qualcomm. The largest Fortune 100 company is Walmart. It has revenues of $611 billion, which means that all of these black churches and all of these black preachers and all of these denominations don't make a single strong American corporation.
Some members of the church are telling us they are fed up because they're...
So we heard that, right?
put all of those black.
He said that black churches generate 11 billion. Now I looked it up, and I ended up getting a few different numbers. One says that there is no definitive number about the collective income black churches take in from tithes and offerings. Varying articles report that the amount ranges from 2 billion to 19 billion. That's crazy. So then, right, let me just put these well, I can't put those up for you at the moment because I got too many images filled, right? So underneath, when you look at it says, what is the average salary of a mega church pastor? Right? A mega church is, I guess they consider it over 1,000 members. They said, according to Reach Right, a senior pastor in a mega church filled with 1,000 members or more can make an average of about $162,761. Pastors serving in megachurches tend to receive the best salaries and church leader compensation. Wow. Who is the wealthiest pastor in the United States? Copeland has amassed significant wealth during his career and has referred to himself as a very wealthy man. The Houston Chronicles referred to him as the wealthiest pastor in America, allegedly having a net worth of 750 million in 2021, and as of 2024, Copeland's net worth may be estimated to be about 300 million. So I don't know what happened between that that pandemic to now. That's wild. You were at supposedly at 750 million net worth, and then that was a severe drop. That was a nice little cliff right there. But like I said before, all of the money that these passes, you bring it in about anywhere from 2 to close to 20 billion. And the thing that I ask directly to the black community, I'm like, where's all of this money at? All of the money that we've given throughout our lifetime and years, right? Where has that money been going when it deals with the black community? Where can we show for that in the black community? Where are these churches to buy up the blocks? $11 billion? Like, that could help out. And this is the crazy part. Like, just even going into something where it deals with, like, all right, the money that these churches like bring in. I'm talking about the black churches, right? If they even bring in like $9 billion, that could help out in severely impoverished black communities around the United States that very much need help. Like, instead of folks trying to look directly for the government to help them, you got a mini bank right there that's like, all right, we can get some new roads put directly in. Right? We can get some sidewalks put directly up. We may be able to do some construction or some renovation directly on the school or some dilapidated housing in the black community, and we can redo that real quick, revitalize it, you know, and we can make it livable for folks and make it affordable. This is why I have so many questions when it deals with a lot of these churches and these pastors. And over the years, asking a lot of these questions, you have folks out there that want to get offended because they're heavy directly into the church, right? So they want to be highly protective, directly over it because that's their thing. And that's pretty much all they have. Because a lot of folks in the church are taught not to question. Like, it's crazy how, a lot of these things work, but you can't, there's no way that you can excuse the amount of money that these pastors are able to make, the salaries that they have. Like I said, their kids are able to go to the best colleges, the best schools, able to take trips, lavish parties, get all of these things, right? Get all of these worldly items, and you're sacrificing every single day to give to these churches. you're taking money that you barely got to give to these churches under coercion, under the use of fear, because you're basically taught that, hey, if you don't give what you have to God, God ain't gonna love you. God ain't gonna bless you. God ain't gonna protect you. God is not gonna be there for you. That's wild. That's wild.
Churches together, they wouldn't make a Fortune 100 company. The smallest Fortune 100 company has revenues of $44 billion. That's Qualcomm. The largest Fortune 100 company is Walmart. It has revenues of $611 billion, which means that all of these black churches and all of these black preachers and all of these denominations don't make a single strong American corporation.
Some members of the Tampa church are telling us they are fed up because their church is sending them collection notices. And as ABC Action News reporter Cameron Polam tells us, they're venting that anger in a very public way on the church's Facebook page.
People was very friendly there, you know, and I really enjoyed being there.
Candace Peterson says finding the Greater Mount Moriah Primitive Baptist Church was a blessing. The single mother had been looking for a church closer to her new home, and 6 months in, things were going perfect. That is until this letter arrived at her home late last week.
To be a member in good standing and have the right to vote, adults are to contribute the minimum amount of $50 per month.
It was from the church saying she was delinquent in her financial support.
$50 per month. Now, this shocked me because I haven't heard about the $50 per month.
So the church sent this woman a notice / bill letting her know that she's delinquent and donating money to the church. Yo, this is y'all. Yo, folks, people really allow this. People really allow it. This is why I be laughing at churches. This is why I be laughing at folks out here, because I'm like, yo, this is crazy. How can a church sit up there and send, even to have the gall to be like, oh, we noticed that sister so and so ain't been donating to us in a few months. We're gonna send you a bill for that. We need $200 because it's been a minute since you actually walked through the doors, and it's been a minute since you actually tithe. So I'm like, so magically you know everybody's name in that church when it deals with getting money from them, but when it deals with blessing people, you don't know nothing. You Stevie Wonder. All of the money is just for God and only for God. That's crazy. That is a thought, and people actually. And I'm just trying to figure. I wonder if this church even still has people. I wonder if this church is still open. If it's in the black community, I believe that it is still open. I've never really heard a church is just like ultimately like, closing down. Like something drastic has to happen in order for that to happen. Usually those churches will stay there because you got family on family on family on family that will, take their families and then their kids, and then their kids will grow up, and then their kids will have kids, and then they'll take their families, and and it's a whole giant circle. So the church really ain't gonna be losing out on folks, technically. But that's wild. But let's keep going though.
Where did you get this from? Then Mount Moriah Day is on there, $150.
The letter also says Peterson would be responsible for a church anniversary fee of $250.
Anniversary fee?
$1,000 in required donations per year. Peterson says she was told the fees help pay off church debt.
What church charged you to, help pay off what they're going through? I'm not there.
What church debt?
Many seem to be agreeing with Peterson, taking to the church's Facebook page to voice their concerns. A church administrator acknowledged the letter came from them. They also told us the pastor was unavailable. We still left several messages and have not heard back. In the meantime, Peterson is searching for a new church.
It's like you put me like, oh, if you want to be a member of this church, you need to pay this.
Or if you want to find God.
Yeah, if you want to find God. That don't say anything about that in the Bible.
And again, that was our Cameron Polam reporting. Peterson, meanwhile, says she has no plans to reach out to the church, and the pastor still has not responded to our calls.
And they understand the cost.
And this is a classic one. I gotta replay this every single time. I mean, I do got the longer version of this, but I ain't feel like going through and trying to find that real quick. So we're going to do with the shorter version directly of this, right? Shout out to Dre for the $2 dono. You said don't ask no questions, just give money. That is facts. 100%. Bars. So let's go to the classic video
that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said close them $20. This is easy, saints.
That's wild. Heard the man said close them doors. What'd I say? Close them doors. Yo, that is wild. That is 100% wild. 100% wild. Man said close the doors. He said, "Yeah, I ain't going nowhere but out to eat after church. Close them doors." It's like if you got money to go out there and buy food, you got money to give directly to the church. I need 40K directly in my hand, in my pockets, in my account before you even leave. Close them doors. You would have thought this was a stick up. You would have thought it was a full-fledged robber. That's diabolical. And people really stayed there. People actually stayed in that church. People didn't sit up there and get up and just walk out after he said that. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that man got that much hold over you? It ain't God standing in front of you that's telling you, like, yo, you better give me your money or else. That's a whole full-blooded man right there on the stage. Man, that's crazy. Blind faith is something. When you teach people not to question, you can do a great deal of things. On top of that, using fear, whew, diabolical. Like I told people before, I'm like, yo, maybe I might have went into like the wrong field. Maybe I should have been a pastor. Like, this is crazy because that's how laughable the stuff is. It's like it's crazy to see folks directly up here letting these pastors hold them up, take money directly for them, coercion, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Like, yo, that's wild. That is straight wild. Sham was like, this is why black men left the church. They saw the scam. Yeah, that's 100%. Like I said, the only people that's still there directly in the church right now, you got black women in the church that overwhelmingly make up the percentage of the churches in these United States when it deals with the black community. If people don't believe me, go look at the videos up there where you got women in the church complaining that quote unquote 100 or 1,000 women showed up to a church singles event and there was only, I think somebody said about like 10, 30 or like 50 guys there. Yeah. It don't matter what you got there to try to draw people in. Guys ain't really pulling up. Guys ain't really sitting up there pulling up. Like I said, now we got singles events at churches. What's happening? The Bad Boys nightclubs now. So now we got the daytime version of the club where it's like, all right, you got a tithe. And then you got the nighttime version of the club for the singles, aka the sinners, to come directly up in there and make it do what it do. Because we know that people are in there. They ain't about to be waiting for no marriage because ain't none of them fools up in there virgins. And I'm talking about both for the men and the women. Ain't none of them virgins. So obviously people going to be hooking up and doing stuff outside the church. Obviously, you're going to have women there showing up in lustful attire, tight clothing to try to get attention from men. Well, like I said before, hey, people are free to believe in whatever it is that folks want to, believe in. People are free to believe in whatever it is that they want to believe in. They be like that. It's diabolical. Oh boy. Like I said, black folks getting robbed everywhere. Lord have mercy, getting robbed by the government, getting robbed by taxes, getting robbed by your jobs, getting robbed by your pastors. Like, it ain't a place where you're not getting robbed. It is not a place out here. It's like you just got to make a decision. Like, all right, instead of me getting held up, let me just give over this money right now. I seen too many black people complain about, yo, the government is taking too many taxes, too much money away from me. But I ain't never seen black folks really complain about the amount of exorbitant money that the churches are either taking or requesting directly from black folks that really don't got nothing to give. It's crazy how that works. So it's like on one end, hey, you're going to complain about the government, but on the other end, when it deals with the church, because it's a part of your belief or religion, you don't really got nothing to say. You ain't really going to sit up there and call it out. That's wild. That's crazy. And like I said, the black community has an abundance of churches and an abundance of liquor stores. But yet in black communities, we got failing jobs. We got lack of jobs, right? We got a lack of affordable housing. We got, schools that are that need heavy repairs, up-to-date textbooks, right? You got streets and roads that need tons of repairs. Like, you got everything going wrong in the black community. But the most profitable things that are there are the liquor stores that we don't own, the gas stations we don't own, and the churches that we do own. And all three of those are taking money and not putting money back into the black community. Somebody has to make it make sense. Just think about this for a minute. Just think if there was something out there where the churches, the gas stations, and the liquor stores actually put money back into the community of which they get money from. Think about how the black communities around the United States would actually look. It'll be vastly different. Vastly different. But again, that's a hope, wish, and a dream, some of which that does not exist, because obviously I'm not asleep. So that ain't never going to happen, because none of those entities actually care that much or are supposed to care that much in order to help those that they take directly from. Some crazy work. Yo, Mr. Cardenas, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Zoo, what is up? You said, and the scavenger preachers prey on desperate people. That is facts. Yo, Third, what is up? You said government pay back churches to keep the black community impoverished. Oh, diabolical. Brother Carl said it's crazy how many churches are within close proximity to each other, especially down here in the South. It's diabolical. So now we're gonna move directly over. All right, let me just take that down because we're gonna have some more videos. So now this is the area of, like, dealing with the feminist, right? So I decided, well, what inspired me was technically a video that I was able to see. And I was like, yo, I never knew anything about any of this information. So I'm like, since I don't know nothing about this, let me just take out my time, put, the images together and put this stuff directly up here, right? So you're looking at Andrea Dorkin, right? Let me see if I can get a better image of it. There we go. Andrea Dorkin, she said, I've always wanted to see a man beaten to a bloody pulp with a high heel shoe stuffed up his mouth, sort of a pig with the apple. Feminist. Full-fledged feminist said this. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, just imagine if guys said this, but this is obviously a little bit of a different era, and dealing with the feminist movement, a lot of women are high into this type of stuff, but they don't do research on the women that actually came before them, right? Some crazy work. Diabolical. Let's go to the next one directly up here, right? You got Shula Smith Firestone. That last name Firestone, that is not just a random name, but she said that the end goal of feminist revolution must be not just the elimination of male privilege, but of the sex distinction itself. Genital differences between human beings would no longer matter culturally. I mean, I feel as though that we're technically in that timeline at this moment with certain things, how, people don't want to look at things as male and female and male and all this other type of stuff, right? She has some other stuff what I seen, right? She said that the traditional nuclear family structure. Wait, hold on, let me see if I can make that a little bit. Let me make sure I got the full thing. Yeah. So I had to make it a little bit smaller, but then I'll zoom back up. She said she proposed the dissolution of the traditional nuclear family structure and suggested that children be raised collectively rather than by individual parents. Firestone characterized pregnancy and childbirth as barbaric and viewed the nuclear family as a key source of women's oppression. Mm. Like I said, it's always the problem is always the man. So if anybody here is parents, right? One man, one woman, you guys are together in the household. She views that as very problematic. It's just not supposed to be. Kids should just be raised as a collective. But my thing is, if you're raising kids as a collective, and we know that everybody has different parenting tactics, different teachings, different beliefs, how is that actually going to work if people, so to say, have different curriculum to teach kids? That's not going to work. You're giving people, you're giving kids a lot of mixed messages, and you're like, okay, we'll just go with the flow or pick what it is that basically works with you. No, that doesn't make any type of sense. And then if the kids again are supposed to be raised as a collective, does that mean that women as a collective are raising all of the kids, and then where are the men? Like, wouldn't the men need to be there to be the other half of the raising of the kids? Like I said, women out here who believe directly in feminism need to do research and just stop believing in stuff just because somebody hands stuff directly in, directly to you. Crazy work. um I'm not gonna say nothing, but another person, this individual said that the nuclear family must be destroyed and people must find better ways of living together, whatever its ultimate meaning. The breakup of families now is an objectively revolutionary process. Linda Gordon. Huh. And I want to know, and the reason I have to bring this up, and I'm also going to state this as well too. One of the women whose quotes that I went over earlier, she stated that one of the inspirations um, that she took for her ideologies and having pride and all this stuff was directly from Black people. So somehow, some way, you got white women out here who are part of the feminist movement early on. They looked at what Black people were doing politically and how it is that they had racial pride and everything of the sort. And they took that and then they stripped away anything, of course, that had to do with Black people. And then they inserted their own ideologies into that format and then started pushing some other type of narrative. But again, this is the second woman that's basically like, yeah, you don't need men and women together to, do this whole family thing and all this other type of stuff. Like, yo, people need to, like, yo, women out here need to start paying attention. And I'm like, you got so many women, especially within the Black community, that follow women like this. And I want to note, none of these women that I'm going to list are Black. None of these women at all are Black. But yet you got Black women getting their ideologies and their beliefs from these women. And the main thing that I keep saying is that at the end of the day, no matter what these women say, they can pick and choose when it is that they want to have a husband. They could be on this whole thing for 20 or 30 years, but like, I'm a woman, hear me roar. I'm a feminist. We out here down with the man, all this other type of stuff. And then they're like, okay, well, I decided to push that to the side. In my 40s and 50s, I wanted to have a family and kids, and I wanted a happy life. I've seen this too many times. I've seen this far too many times. And I've tried to tell people like, yo, only certain people out here got that option to play these type of games and still quote unquote win at the end of the day. Everybody else can't do this. Everybody else cannot afford to be on this type of time. Like they just cannot. But you can't tell people nothing. It be like that though. Oh, also to note, um, I forgot which one, but if you happen to look up some of these feminist women, one of them became, I think she was a college professor, and she had a relationship with a student. I want to say during the time, I think they stated that the student was 17, but the college professor, again, this is a woman having a inappropriate relationship with a student, a minor. The woman was in the 30s, and then the student was 17, and the student later on wrote I think wrote about it in the book, and it was also stated throughout the years periodically about 3 times that student was in a sense groomed, and then they were, I guess, made or had a relationship with somebody else who was also older as well too. So another thing that's not talked about is how, folks out here that got these ideologies, um you know they are the exact same villains that they say that men are, but yet they disguise it as like, oh, we just, love one another, we really care, the way that we look at each other is different, it's not predatorial and all this other. Like I said, it's crazy that the ideology is directly out here. So we got this other woman here. um it says that she stated that the proportion of men must be reduced to and maintained at approximately 10% of the human race. I'm sorry, that wasn't Sharon Stone that said that, it was a different woman. Because when I was doing my editing, the name was still directly there. But Sharon Stone didn't say that. Sharon Stone is actually coming up next. But again, you got this woman directly up there that basically stated that the male population should be at a certain portion, and pretty much women should basically rule over the male population, and basically tell them what it is that they can and cannot do sexually. Now you got Sharon Stone, right? So Sharon Stone said that the more famous and powerful I get, the more power I have to hurt men. And I'm like, that's crazy. So I'm like, that's the only reason that you're working to get money, and you're in this field of acting. You're like, all right, this is my come up, and the moment in time I get money, I'm going to really start sticking it to men. I'm going to really start coming at men. I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense at all. I'm like, you're trying to make money for the wrong reasons. So I'm like, if men didn't exist, then you wouldn't have a reason to try to quote unquote become more powerful and obtain this money. But didn't people say that the whole thing was to decenter men? For a lot of these women out here is to like decenter men. How can you decenter something when you're still focused on it? That doesn't make any type of sense. Like that is wild. That is wild. It's funny, how people want to say that you got actors out here playing dual, roles, playing, extra roles in real life. Um, when I look at Sharon Stone here, she reminds me of Michael Douglas. She reminds me of Michael Douglas. Just saying. But now we're gonna go to the next one. Right? We got another woman directly up here. Simone de Beauvoir, right? She said that no woman, I might have mispronounced the last name, but she said that no woman should be authorized to stay at home and raise her children. Society should be different. Women should not have that choice, precisely because if there is such a choice, too many women will make that one. Mm. So it's funny how I hear, a lot of women out there say that, oh, men are always, trying to control women and what women do and all this. You got a woman here that basically say you shouldn't have no choice. Like, no, no, no. I'm not going to allow you to have the choice of being a stay-at-home mom. You're going to have only one choice, which is going out here and working. That's wild. So let's see. On one end, you got people out here that's like, nah, women should have the right to be, stay-at-home moms or whatnot or whatever. And then you got these other folks out here that's like, nah, 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 nah. You're not taking the easy route. You're about to go out here and be working. You're going to do the same thing that men out here doing. You're going to be stressing yourself out about bills. You're going to be going out here struggling. You're going to be going out here trying to rough it. You're going to go out here and improve yourself and show that you are a champion just as much, if not more, than men. That's some wild work. Oh, Jay Bird, you are fairly there, my friend. But we didn't even get there yet. I got you. Let me take a few of these down real quick because we're gonna have to make room for one more. Right. So the next one we got Robin Morgan. She said, I feel that man hating is an honorable and viable political act, that the oppressed have a right to class hatred against the class that is oppressing them. Wow. And the crazy part is I like the generalization where she says man hating, because I love how that works, because it basically tells all women out there that, hey, even though you're not going through what it is that white women are going through, men are the cause and the reason in general. But she's specifically fighting and going at white men. That's the problem. This is, again, how a lot of these folks like this got black women into this whole belief system. Because they're like, yeah, all of these men, they're just holding us down. They're really oppressing us. Like, yeah, you're black men in your community. Yeah, they're really oppressing you. And I'm like, so in the 70s, I'm like, how in the world, 70s, 60s, 40s, I'm like, how in existence have black men oppressed black women and just held them down? Like, we know how the system works and how that's able to hold down black people. But I'm like, what system is there in place or what teachings are there where it's like, yeah, black men, as soon as you get to like 20 years of age, you get these black women and you hold them down. You don't let them breathe. You just stay directly on. Like, what? But like I said, if you listen to other folks directly out here, they'll be like, yeah, that's how all these black men out here act. When it deals with black women, they always hold us back. They always hold us down. And I'm like, how? I'm like, black women are the most educated, right? Got the most degrees. They making the most money. So I'm like, how are black men holding black women back? I'm just trying to figure that out, because I'm just looking at the stats out here and I'm like, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Wait, somebody said, wait, what? Somebody said in her defense, she is a predator in the industry. Yo, Vince, what is up? What is up? You said she looks like she stinks. That's crazy. Mo said that Firestone broad, she died alone in her apartment, sticking up the place for a month before she was found. She's not related to the family. Oh, she's not? That's crazy. But I'm like, that is not now, Mo. That is not your average name. I don't happen to know any black folks with the last name Firestone. That's like seeing somebody with Kraft, right? We know that you got a family out here with that last name, and what the branding of that last name is, and everything of the sort, right? So it's like, hey, I'm looking at, I'm like, hey, I don't know how she got that last name though, because that's wild. That is wild. Maybe she might have been an offshoot, a bastard child, or something. Somebody didn't want to claim. I don't know. Jay Bird said these actors forget that they are mere humans. Mallory, what is up? You said FBA equals reparations. Sham said, LOL. It goes from equality to now women trying to control what women do. Jay Bird said, I believe the link is that they are communist. Still Wing said, old slave masters who had black women nurse their kids. King said, I missed your argument, though. I'm a little bit confused. Brother Carl said, they think we're all Mr. from The Color Purple. Sham said, Nas, in fact, black men encourage their daughters to go to college, work, and be successful. Yeah. Like I've not heard, even in school, I've never heard any of the young black dudes be like, "Yeah, you a black woman, you need to drop out. You ain't smart. You ain't this. You ain't that. You ain't." I ain't never seen like this is like I said, like the stuff that people say is wild to me. It is 100% wild. Like I say, even I've tried to sit up there and push like either small girls or girls my age or even girls in college, but like, yo, keep going, right? Whatever you want to sit up there and go for, even right now, if you think that you know what you want to do, still leave options open. If you see something that you want to chase when it deals with like your education, like, yo, still leave some doors open, because maybe this one thing, it was the first step to get you into the whole thing of caring about your education and wanting to chase more. But realistically, maybe it's something else that is actually your purpose within that, the education system or whatnot, whatever. But like I said, you can't tell folks nothing. Jay Bird said hippies of the 60s, question mark. Done. What is up? You said Sharon Stone was working in a predatory industry. That's why she would want to hurt men. The craziest part directly about that is that I understand that, but also at the same time, I have conversations of which young women who are 18 and 19 years old going on other women's podcasts talking about that they've never had a relationship, but they hate men. So again, right? When it deals with Sharon Stone, people can say that she has a justification. But also at the same time, if you decide to chase the ghost of the past, where does that leave you in the present and in the future? Is that going to make you more healed? Is that going to cure your nightmares? Because Sharon Stone is not going to hurt the ones that hurt her, that specifically put her in that mental place. She's going to hurt the dudes in the present and in the future that don't even have nothing to do with that. That's the problem. And that's the problem with a lot of this stuff dealing with feminists. They're not specifically going after the men that actually affected them and made them who they are. They're just going after people indiscriminately. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, now you don't even have a cause. You're just doing whatever just because you feel like whatever. I'm like I said, if people were like laser focused on what it was that they were doing, I would have an understanding of it. But none of these folks out here are laser focused. Like this woman in front, she said, I feel that man hating is an honorable and viable political act. Man hating, that's in general. You got men out here that don't know her, never been around her, never been in a situation. Dude could be like the last 20, 30, 40 years been just like living in the Amazon rainforest. But because he's a man, he's a part of whatever situation that she's talking about, and she's automatically going to hate him just because. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Most of the family are also so-called Jews, and they changed their name as well. Ah, okay, so that makes sense. So people did a name change once, they moved directly over. Okay. I mean, but even looking at how it's written, it almost seems just like Firestone in a sense. Sham said, yeah, it'd be crazy to me as well. I never had that experience at all. Also said that, heck yeah, it was y'all black men pushing me to begin writing again and work on my story. I hope to publish it when finished. I never met a black man that didn't encourage me. Gail said, when will the gender war end? Well, Gail, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I like, going over stuff and informing people of, where stuff directly came from. Because like I said before, none of the women that I'm going to show off or list or individuals, none of them are black women. So again, black women had to get this ideology from somebody. Now, unless somebody can give me some history and basically tell me that black women are the originators of the feminist movement, then I digress. Now, if somebody comes up with any information with that, oh, everything is cooked. It's cooked. It's just everything is done. It's just is curtains from here on out. You know. So the next person that we got is this woman here, right? Mary Daly. She said that, quote, If life is to survive on this planet, there must be, right, a decontamination of the earth. I think this will be accompanied by an evolutionary process that will result in a drastic reduction of the population of males. Ooh, diabolical. Mm. Talk about population control. Talk about population control. Now, this is the second woman that I've gone directly over where she's talked about men are detrimental and pretty much men technically shouldn't exist. And this is what a lot of them are alluding directly to. And again, within the feminist movement, you have a lot of those women that fully believe that the planet will be better if men just did not exist. And the funniest thing is that I got videos, well, a little bit still on the topic, but technically getting away from the topic. There's a video that I went directly, not over, but a video that I saw, and a young woman was speaking on the fact of that she thought that working at a job with nothing but women would basically be easy. It would be, just like cherries and sun drops or whatever it is. And that's not what it was. The women were catty, they were gossiping about other women, they were spreading rumors, they were making the working position difficult for that woman to be there. On top of the fact that if you're a woman and you're not quote unquote a girl's girl, like you want to go out there and you want to talk or chat and you want to share information, women are going to look at you as an odd man out, and they're going to treat you just like that because women are very cliquish. So if this whole planet had to be nothing but women, yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that one. Because a lot of women don't even like to be around other women. Case in point, look at women within their families and how well, quote unquote, they get along. Mother and daughter relationships, mother and grandmother, the niece and the aunts. It don't matter which way you want to sit up there and point this towards, there are problems. There's types of jealousy and envy directly there. And also, not to mention the fact that violence does occur. I got tons of videos on hard drives of women deciding that they just want to sit up there and fight other women. And it has nothing to do with men. It has nothing to do with men. Women just sitting up there fighting because somebody don't like somebody else or somebody was gossiping, da da da. And then now you got these groups of women sitting up there fighting at a nightclub during an Erica Badu concert, during somebody else's concert, fighting directly in the streets outside of a bar or a club, just pulling out hair, pulling off clothes, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, good luck. People got it though. Like I said, that is wild work, wild. So next we got this woman here, right? Valerie Solanas. She said to call a man an animal is to flatter him. He's a machine, a walking dildo. It's often said that men use women. Use them for what? Surely not pleasure. Mm, mm. It's crazy. Walking dildo. That's a new one right there. That one threw me for a loop. I'm like, man, she like walking dildo. I'm like, it's technically it doesn't make sense because that's not how things work when it deals with guys. Like it's not really how it works. But all right, hey, whatever the women out here believe, is whatever they believe. Now the coup de grace, right? The most beautiful of the beautiful, all right. So we got Friedrich Engels, co-author of the Communist Manifesto. He said that the first condition for the liberation of the wife is the reintroduction of the entire family sex into public industry. This move breaks women's economic dependence on men and requires the absolution of the monogamous family as the economic unit of society. Mm, 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 mm. Diabolical. I'm not even sure how old this is, but I'm pretty sure it's older than any of the women that I brought directly up. Liberation of the wife. Liberation of the woman. Mm. Well. At one moment in time, women didn't have to worry about working. That wasn't even a thing that, women were focused directly on, in a sense. And now all of a sudden, with this man here and many other women that came after him, you have women now that's like, yeah, I want to work. Yeah, I want a job. I want to work just as hard as men. Yeah, I want to go out there and struggle just like men. Yeah, I want to sit up there and go through depression and alcoholism and drug use because I can't really sit up there and make it directly in life. Like, yeah, I want to sit up there and struggle just like men to prove that I am just as equal, if not better than men by my struggles. And here we are. And now in 2026, you see fields of videos directly on TikTok and many other social media platforms with women crying online saying that they can't make it, that they can't do it, that they can't understand, that things are just not making sense. Why is it that they got to struggle so hard? Why must they have to have so many different jobs? Like I said, people fed directly into what was given to them and they took it as word. They took it as the Bible. It be like that. Like, that's wild. It's crazy work. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said, I remember they used to call black men who dated racist white women walking dildos. Didn't know that. That's a new one. Like I said, didn't know. Learned something new. Jay Bird said, godly love is what we need. You said the 1800s, Engels, and Marxists. Sham said that what tripped me out is the end of the monogamous family, basically introducing polyandrous relationships. Engels. Gotcha. He said, once again, communist. Like I said, it's diabolical directly out here. But like I said before, a lot of the women who claim that they're feminists, especially black women, these are their gods. There's no other way to sit up there and put it. They were the first ones to come up with this, unless somebody can tell me that black women did it first. Unless somebody can tell me that black women did it first, then I'll pull back everything that I'm saying. But up until that moment, these are the gods of a lot of black women who are feminist. They were saying all of these things before black women were even saying any of these things. Just saying. So now we're going to go to the and more part of the live stream section. And we're going to pull directly up to, let me see, which one is this? Is this the first video? Is this part one? Yeah. So we're going to listen to part one of this video. And this is dealing with the whole thing of when you got the brother that I listened to y'all before, and he wanted to say all of this stuff about, black Americans or FBA, and he wanted to say rah, 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 and all this other type of stuff. So we're going to listen to what they talking about right now and see what it is.
Because you the face of that movement, that whole tether and all that. We need to get down to that.
And
I talked to Tyreek about that, actually. Because a lot of these niggas is controlled opposition, and I'm starting to wonder about a lot of these niggas. So come holla at us, Tariq.
I talked to Tariq Nasheed, and I asked him about that, and he said, there's some...
There, Mr. Viral.
Yeah, what's the deal, man?
Oh, yeah, Let him
Yeah,
you
the
deal.
Hey, look,
All right,
y'all
so-
in here rambling, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna start a live tomorrow. I want all y'all to pull up, including the
Wait.
young lady.
No.
Hey, look, including the young lady.
That's not how that
who
works.
just said
That's not how
I
that
was a
works.
nobody.
Yeah, but you
And
got
I'm
to
gonna
send
give all
invitations
y'all an
in a set.
opportunity.
No. We're giving you one right now, bro. See, I already knew a guy like you send invitations, you don't accept them. You're here now. Let's talk. We ain't got to wait till your show tomorrow. We're live right now.
I know you live right
You can
now.
replay this tomorrow. Right, so you can replay. We could talk right now, and you can replay it when you're live tomorrow.
Look, bro. Respectfully, you live right now.
Yeah.
I got shit to do right now. I just pulled up.
All right. Oh yeah. Nah,
really just to show y'all. I'm not.
You ain't
running
show
for
us.
nothing.
No,
listen.
Hey, let me
Hey,
talk
look.
on Monday. Yeah, you don't want to talk about nothing.
Really, just to show y'all, I'm not running from y'all. I just
You are.
like
This is running what you about to do.
we just did a 5-hour live. Where was y'all at? I was cooking y'all
Hey,
cult
bro,
members
I
for
just
5
heard about you, my
hours
guy. But
straight, bro.
no, but I'm the guy though. I'm the guy you got to go.
Everybody say they're the guy, bro.
No.
Everybody say they're the guy.
Okay, well, look, I'm right here. And look, you said this. You said that we said we're delineating from Africans. You said that, right?
Yeah, y'all sound stupid, bro.
Who said no? Who said that's a straw man? Who said that?
It ain't a straw man. FBA members all over the internet.
No,
all over the internet.
Give me one.
The same
Give me
way.
one.
The
Give me
same.
one.
Listen.
Give me
The
one.
same way. The same way that y'all say Africans is
No,
calling
stick with
y'all
one. Stick with
racial.
one. Stick with one.
Go pull up. Go pull up the
Okay,
last
1
live
point.
that I did.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
no,
Listen.
no, no.
Listen, bro. You can't filibuster me. That shit don't work. That filibuster tactic, that don't work, bro. We grown men.
Right.
I'm gonna talk, then you talk.
Yeah,
I just did a live for 5 hours straight. Numerous FBA members came up on the panel and said just that. So when you say who, that's straw man, that's false. Go look up the live that I did for 5 hours
I'm playing it right now.
And numerous FBA members came up
so
and
here's
said,
the thing.
hey, we delineating.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing. If numerous, now there's no number. Okay, I don't know you think you're dealing with. This guy gave no number, but guess what? He said FBAs as a whole. He didn't say some FBA said this. He said FBAs as a whole hold this stance.
Hey Ron, you getting too technical.
I'll hold
bro.
that stance.
You getting too technical, bro. He not speaking technically like that. He just saying what he saw.
Oh, nah, see, I got you. But listen, that's what I'm trying to say. Like when you try to have conversations, you got to speak. You got to use your words carefully. Right? You can't use blanket statements and be absolute. Then somebody call you on it, and then you want to backtrack and say, "Oh, some people said it." Then say
Listen, my
some
guy,
people
we have
said it.
conversations every day. Been doing it for years. I don't need no instructions on how to have a conversation. That's number one. Number
but you can't make
two,
a blanket
no,
statement.
look.
That's retarded.
Number two, when you have a conversation, you got to be honest about the topic. See, what y'all like to do is be disingenuous and not acknowledge the fact that that is a talking point in FBA. It may not be your talking point, but to say that nobody in FBA talks about delineating from Africans is a goddamn lie and disingenuous. And once you start doing that, there's no point to have a conversation because all you're trying to do is get a gotcha moment instead of saying, you know what? Some of them do say that, but we don't.
What are you? Hey, Vira, what are you? What are you?
Man, I'm from Long Beach, California, bro. What you mean, what am I?
Bro,
what that mean?
I done stayed off of 7th and Redondo for 5 years. Nigga, I'm damn near from Long Beach, but I'm not. I used to stay over there for 5 years. So that don't mean nothing.
Hey, look, my dad was in Vietnam. So I can't speak about
y'all.
y'all. I can't speak about y'all lineage, but last time I checked, run the timeline back on when that war was fought and who was in that. So what,
man,
like,
we the
y'all
same
got me
people,
confused, bro.
Listen, no.
So do you
No.
you
Y'all
have
got
any
me
immigrants in your
confused.
family? Do you have
No,
any
you trying to
immigrants in your
separate
family?
it.
I'm not separating shit. Y'all niggas get online and whoever don't agree with y'all talking points, y'all start saying stupid shit. Like what's
what?
your lineage? Where you from?
Yeah,
That's stupid
How
shit.
many? Hold on.
That's
How many of
important.
How many of y'all got smoked for the white supremacist system? Because I don't see y'all
All
talking
of
about
us.
this.
Yeah, we
Hold
all
on.
do.
You don't. Y'all not talking about.
All
Listen,
right,
y'all
so
not
now
talking about
I
gaining
gotta
no
show my
power.
videos.
Y'all not talking about the Jewish
Hey,
community.
stop,
All
stop,
y'all niggas
stop.
want to do is
Wait,
get online.
hey, bro. Wait,
and have an
he's
echo
gaslighting.
chamber
Hold. Yeah, bro,
about
you're
Africans,
gaslighting.
bro.
We
That's
don't talk
clown shit
about
to
no.
me.
Okay, watch this. He's gaslighting. We don't talk about no community. We call, unlike you, we call individuals out for actions. We don't call out a whole community for 3, 4, 5 people like you just did earlier with the FBA.
Let me ask you a question.
That rhetoric. No, wait. It's my turn. It's my turn now. It's my turn now because I got questions.
I know,
for you.
but I'm the guest. I want to get some clarity here.
Yeah, but
what is
hold on.
bro?
What is y'all calling out individuals? What are you guys calling out individuals
I stay 2 miles away from this nigga, so I want him to ask me.
All right, so everybody, hold on.
This to anybody. This to anybody, bro. This to anybody on the panel.
Wait. Hold on.
Calling out.
Wait. Everybody, wait. We meet everybody besides you, because we all agree. When we called in. Right. What about it?
What is that doing for the betterment of the black community? How is that gaining any power? How is that gaining any financial power? How is that gaining any power in the infrastructure system? How is that gaining anything for black people other than y'all have an echo chamber, y'all screaming on the internet, and when you log off, nothing changes?
Okay, so now I'm gonna answer your question. I've got a question for you. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, calling out people we never said that gave power to the economy, that gave power in the financial market. We never said that. Calling out people is a natural thing you do who disrespect you, right? So when people call you out, when people disrespect you, you usually call them. That's a human, civilized thing to do, is call out the people who disrespect you.
So this is the one thing I want to sit up there and say, dealing with the situation. The funniest thing about this is that they always want to pull up to the scene and say that, oh, but I never, you always want to talk about how y'all, getting away from Africans or this delineation, but I don't never see y'all talking about the white man. Yes, we do. Like, what are you smoking rocks? Like, do you even look at content? Like, what content are you even specifically looking at? You have tons of black content creators out here that call out white supremacy, that call out the white community, that call out the government, that call out the police, that call out everything revolving with and dealing with white folks that negatively impacts black people in the black community. Like, I'm getting tired of like folks sitting up there saying, I'm like, do as long as people have been online, I'm like, do you actually look at videos? Do you even look at the content, or are you just specifically cherry picking things so that you can magically try to prove a point? Because I'm like, this whole thing is stupid. This whole thing is stupid. It's like, well, if you're gonna call this out, then you should be calling out this. But we already called that out. So within your logic, if we call out white folks, then we have the right to call out other people as well, right? Because we're doing the exact same consistent thing. Like I said, it's crazy work. But anyways, let's my bad. Let's continue.
Now, the Jewish people got something called never again, meaning that they'll never allow certain rhetoric to ever end up in the Holocaust. Okay, well, certain rhetoric that we allow at a certain point have snowballed to some violence towards us too. So we have a never again mentality as well. We're not going to allow no. Wait, no. I'm answering. No, I'm answering. I'm gonna close it right now. And I got a question for you. So ain't no difference. I'm saying that we're not going to allow.
It is a difference, though.
Okay, no, we're not going to allow. Well, you going to speak for the Jewish community? I mean, what the hell,
yes, I am. Yes, okay. I am going to speak for the Jewish community.
Wait.
I'm going to tell you what the difference is.
Wait. No, but speak for yourself. Though. Got a question for you. So we're calling out.
Let me rebuttal to what you just said, because
rebuttal. You asked me a question.
You use the Jewish as
so the bottom line. So the bottom line is that
and
we're
I
not taking.
Do too, right? I do too, right? But this is the difference.
So the bottom line is that
has power. The Jewish hold on. See, this is what y'all do. Y'all don't like to let niggas land. Y'all like to just yell. And then when somebody want to rebuttal what you said, y'all
wait. Let me get my question first. I'm gonna give you a question.
Listen, I'm gonna let you ask. Let me rebuttal what you said, because you brought up the Jewish community.
This is what I'm saying.
The Jewish community has power. They have political power and they have economic power. So that's why they're able to cut off disrespect. We're not.
Okay.
The black community, you can disrespect the black community and you don't lose nothing, bro. The Jewish community,
I'm gonna drop you in a second.
They can push a red button and it's over for you. Your water's cut off. So that's why everybody's respectful. Niggas, all niggas do.
Wait, no. It's my question now. See, no. My question now. I knew he was gonna just ramble. Okay, so my guy.
I didn't ramble. I made a clear, concise point that you didn't want to let me get out. You tried to filibuster while I was talking.
So
but go ahead.
So why do you call Africans and also call them black?
What's the relevance to your to your question, bro? Because I don't just speak on
why do you use
y'all said y'all had an issue with what I said.
My guy.
Point out.
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing you.
No. Right point out what the issue is and tell me where I was wrong at.
Okay, well, I just told you were wrong by making a blanket statement saying that foundationally Black Americans say we're delineating against Africans solely. No, we're delineating, period. That was the official announcement. The announcement was from Tariq Nasheed, who said we are delineating. Yvette Carnell said we're disaggregating. They never said that
again.
From,
hold on, say that again.
Okay.
You said from Tariq Nasheed, your leader.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Why are you quoting Tariq Nasheed? If you don't have a leader,
I gotta mute you, my guy. I just quoted Yvette Carnell. I could quote Frederick Douglass. I could quote Dr. King. I could quote my damn grandmother. What are you talking about? I had to mute you because you're talking. You're babbling now. I asked you a question. You said I could ask you a question. You didn't even answer it. Okay, so I don't know what that's about. You said you asked me a question, then I can ask you one. So the question is, why do you call Africans black and African interchangeably? You did not answer like you said you're gonna do. So now if you don't answer, I'm gonna definitely clip this one for you because you just lied. You just I can ask you a question. I did. So why do you use African and black interchangeably? Those are not interchangeable words. So why do you do it? Unmute yourself and go ahead. Answer that question. Clip this one for you because you just lied. You just I can ask you a question. I did. So why do you use African and black interchangeably? Those are not interchangeable words. So why do you do it? Unmute yourself and go ahead. Answer that question. There's one thing you can't do is play smart, bro. I'm gonna prove that tonight. Go down mute.
Look, bro, I'm not talking over you. I'd appreciate if you stop talking over me. If you want to continue talking over me, then you can just talk to yourself, bro. Ain't no point for me to be here.
Are
What
you
I'm
gonna answer the
asking
question?
is,
Yes or no? No. You're supposed to be answering, not asking. I asked you why do you use black and African interchangeably when they're not interchangeable words. Can you answer the question? That was my one question to you. Answer that, please.
if FBA is a lineage, why are you speaking as if you guys are a group making a
Okay.
collective decision to delineate? If FBA is a lineage and you're a part of the lineage, why do you feel the need to quote Tariq Nasheed if he's not your leader? That was the first name you brought up. You said in the words of Tariq Nasheed. Why?
Yeah, because we were talking about delineating. I went to the root of delineating. You said you try to associate delineation with Africans. I was telling you the guy, whoever associate delineation with Africans, that's something they made up. That was not the term. That was not the agreement that we all hopped on the movement. We all said we're just delineating, and Yvette Carno says she's disaggregating, which is almost the same. Is one before the other, which you know nothing about. I guarantee you don't know what either mean. But you never answered my question though. You kind of like dodged that. That was kind of disrespectful. So yeah, you don't have no more questions for me then. You didn't answer. Yeah, you go. You go ahead.
Okay. So
He ain't gonna answer shit. He made that clear. He ain't gonna answer anything.
So the first thing he said was, what benefit is it of us? So one, we do have political capital and political power.
Y'all ain't got zero political. Y'all got zero political power, bro. Y'all don't control the votes. Y'all don't make law. We don't make laws. Zero.
That's
No. Yeah, we just caught him. Y'all don't. Y'all. So who you represent? An immigrant? Yeah, y'all definitely got no goddamn power. But go ahead, Mr. White.
Yeah. So clearly, they even got a delineation bill up for vote right now. Ironically, in your state of California, like that's crazy. But we
hold on. You want me to vote into the same system that you say is oppressing us and oppressed our ancestors?
Are you anti-voting?
Yes, I'm anti-voting. Voting ain't real. And the fact that you think it is as a black man in America, that let me know y'all bigger sheep than I thought y'all was. How the fuck can the system, how can the system be anti-black,
he one of those guys,
racist?
I got it.
Yeah.
How can a system be anti-black and racist by your own rhetoric is oppressive and you tell black people to vote into it?
Oh my God. So when you asked about power, what controls the levers of power in America?
He just asked a question about power and said the Jews and all everybody.
Right. What controls the levers
let me
of
answer
power
that
in America? Why
I'm
do
gonna tell you what.
Why do the
I'm gonna
Jews
tell you what.
invest so much money in
like lobbying and being in the cabinet, all that shit.
Why is that
the whole voting system?
Money and violence is what controls things, not voting.
Oh shit.
Money
Man, that's some
and
primitive
violence.
African stuff.
Voting's not real.
So this is the thing. I think it should have been in New Jersey. I should have brought this information directly to you guys, or at least showed you a video. But you had a group of folks there who are overseeing, in a sense, the school board and the school system, and they're not black at all. Not black at all. And they have made sure within the power that they have to take away money directly from the black schools there and repurpose that money for their own schools. So I'm a little bit confused because voting does have a bit to do. And the main thing that other people also state as well, and I've stated this as well too, is that you don't really got to worry about the whole thing of the upper echelon of politics when it deals with voting. But when it deals with stuff that you can see and touch, such as your mayor, such as your police chief, the officials there within the city, people within the school system, you can see and touch those people. You can shake hands. You can actually have conversations. Like I told people before, I've met the mayor of Detroit before, right? Technically, possibly even two, because it was both Kwame and Archer, right? Didn't really, get a chance to see Dave Bing. That might have been like downtown somewhere, right? Even met the police chief before, right? So again, these are folks that people vote directly on that are local that you can actually get a chance to see. You as a normal person are probably not ever going to get a chance to actually meet the president of the United States. We got like 300 million people in the United States. Everybody is not going to get a chance to meet the president of the United States. The most that people actually got a chance to is if you go to a rally or some type of convention or whatever it is, or maybe during what is it like the primaries or whatever it is. Maybe at those points you may get a chance to actually meet, but you're not going to be able to have a sit down conversation. You're not going to be able to do it, right? So voting does matter, but I would tell people locally, if you really want to vote for something, vote locally. And then the crazy part, to put it into a little bit deeper when it deals with voting, even when it deals with jobs, at certain jobs, like you have certain types of like voting or whatnot that goes directly on, that happens, and that is the people for the people. So it's like, it's crazy to sit up there and say that voting really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is just basically the violence and the money. It's like, yeah, if you're talking about like some actual real war, all right, cool. Like United States going to Venezuela, all right, cool. You got a point, but that's not what we're dealing with at this current moment in time. We're not dealing with bombs being dropped overhead directly on the black community and stuff just being like snatched and taken and all that. That's not what we're specifically dealing with. And also when it deals with voting, the main thing that takes place with voting, because he wanted to say voting doesn't count, it does. You just have to work it in a different way, such as lobbying, right? Where let's say if the black community, like any of these churches that can raise like this $20 billion, right? If those churches were actually the voice for the black community, and then they wanted to have this political official pass a law or get some things done in their local city or for their state dealing with black people, hey, we're going to break you off a part. Let's say we're going to throw like 20 million directly towards you so that you can basically be the voice of us directly amongst your peers, and you can get them to overlook whatever this law, this bill that we need passed for the black community, and get this directly through, and then this 20 million is yours. So like I said, things go hand in hand, but you have a lot of people out here that want to make it seem like no, that's just not the case. It's just pretty much a one-way type of way to look at it. But let's continue. And also shout out to Brother Allen for the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Fact that you think it is in 2026,
oh my
after they put the Epstein files in your face, you still telling black people to vote for their oppressors. Like, this is y'all talking points.
First of all, we don't have no oppressors.
The system is systemically racist. This is a lot of y'all talking points, to the point where we were enslaved and now we need reparations. Y'all tell black people to vote into that same system and ask the people who oppressed you for help. How does that make any sense to y'all? And y'all call that power?
So a large portion of what delineation and when it comes to the political aspect of what people who want to or pro delineation that are FBA, because FBA is a whole lot of people. It's not just one people or ideology or cult, as you say, is that we will not vote without tangibles, meaning we want something in return for our vote. Quid pro quo. Other cultures and communities have this system set up. We are requesting that now. Not voting is not an adequate strategy. Leveraging a vote is. If you don't understand how the levers of power move throughout society, this is a conversation way above your intellectual capacity.
Y'all, yeah, look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I thought y'all was smarter than this. Y'all low key slow as hell.
Hey, bro, you don't sound smart at all, my guy.
I'm not gonna lie,
Okay.
bro. Y'all
Am I
low key
missing
slow.
something?
Y'all just brought up voting.
Am I missing something?
As
Oh my
tell
God.
me, listen, I will cash app anybody.
Nah, I don't want
on
your
the
I don't want your
panel.
money.
I will
Hey,
cash
nah,
app
I don't want your money. Now,
No,
we don't want your money,
let me
bro.
land. Let me
Are
land.
you
Let me land.
are you FBA?
Let me
Are you
land. Hold
FBA?
on.
Yes
Let
or
me
no?
land. Let me land.
Are you FBA?
Let me
So hold
land.
on.
I
Are you
will cash
FBA?
app. I will cash app. I will Zelle. I will Venmo anybody in
No,
this chat. If you tell me
we don't
one
want it.
thing voting has ever done for the black community specifically since we got the right
Wait,
to
don't
vote.
answer that. No, don't answer that. Hey, are you FBA, man?
Specifically. And if you say civil rights, I'm hanging up.
Hey, yo, Pacific is an ocean. You mean specifically, but I got you.
I said specifically. I didn't say Pacific. Nice try.
Hey, bro, are you FBA?
Oh, you can't answer that, right? But see,
Everybody's
this is why I say
quiet.
y'all the
Everybody want
CIA.
to know. Hey, yo, are you FBA?
Hear the word? The
Hey,
way
y'all
that
the
you're framing this
CIA.
argument is childish.
But
Like
bro,
I'm
you
kind
talking
of
to
confused.
CIA
Y'all the
then?
CIA.
That's smart.
At first,
So
I
Tell
why
thought
you call the
to
CIA?
show you how stupid to show y'all how
To show
stupid y'all
you.
talking points are.
At first, I
To
Alright.
show
thought
you
you
how
were
stupid
being
y'all talking
intellectually
points are.
dishonest.
Wait,
You're really
hold on,
serious.
wait. Mr. White, this is how he sounds. Hello, 911? Hell, I want to tell you guys that you all cops, and you guys sound dumb. You said we're the CIA, so you're the type of guy who calls 911.
Hey, the only reason I
Tell
got
them,
on this chat is hopefully
hey, bro, listen, man.
Yeah, I don't think
You
he
ain't.
FBA either. I really don't think. I think
Yeah.
he.
Well, he didn't want to answer the question,
And
and
since
like,
he
and
was
he
talking
don't.
about
And
FBA,
look,
that would make him a taboo.
well, hold on. He don't have to be the answer to have a dialogue, but he didn't come here to dialogue. He. That's why I keep meeting with him
these
because he just.
niggas are CIA. These
All right. Look, your man didn't come here to talk. Your man came here to ramble, ask questions.
But
He don't answer none of our questions.
so
right.
Ron, I tried to engage him intellectually because at first
He don't want
I thought he was trolling when he was making these bad faith arguments. I actually think he doesn't
tell me
understand.
one thing voting has done specifically for the black community since we got the right to vote.
Hey,
That's
bro,
a red
we're on.
herring. That
Tell me one thing.
specifically
Tell
what
me
happened.
one.
Look,
Hey,
let
bro,
me walk you back
we're-
down the path. You asked the question about power, right? And then I said voting is political power. Political power controls the levers of actual power, which is the guns and the money. Do you understand
Voting
that?
is the illusion of freedom.
All right, hey,
It is the
Mr. White, hold on.
illusion
I'm gonna bring
of
him back. I'm
power.
gonna bring him back to the topic. Now, Mr. White, I'm bringing back to the topic.
Why
Hey,
can't y'all answer no questions, bro?
No,
I don't understand.
no. Hey,
Y'all
Mr.
answer
Viral,
0 questions, and y'all have not
Mr.
told me
Viral,
what you had a problem with.
Mr.
I
Viral,
came up
yeah,
here.
we're just right
Go.
here. Oh my God, dude, you gotta stop, man.
So let me just push this whole argument in a whole different direction, and maybe it may make sense and maybe it won't. Right? He said voting is an illusion, right? Illusion of freedom. Cool. So is money. But he was just up here saying that I will cash app and Zelle anybody that can answer this question, right? We all know that money has not been backed by gold and silver for the longest time possible. So, what real worth does the United States dollar actually have? The answer is nothing. But yet, even still, with knowing that, we still use it and we still support the exact same system that uses this currency that is not backed by anything. The only thing that the dollar is connected to is petrol. The moment in time that the oil and the gas stuff just goes directly to the wayside, our money is nothing. We're going to be looking like a lot of these other countries that we have seen over the pandemic, where you had people in South America having suitcases of their money in order to sit up there and buy bread, milk, cheese, rice. Like, it was to the money that their money was so worthless that you just saw it in the streets like trash because it had no type of value. And this is when they had to start swapping over directly into Bitcoin in order to try to stabilize something. So I'm like, if we're going to talk about the system is rigged, okay, cool, I can sit up there and agree. But we got to look at the whole thing. Because we did sit up there and say that we need tangibles. Within those tangibles does mean money. But does the money that we have actually have any type of actual value? Technically, it does not. It does not. Because the moment in time that these banks go out, you ain't getting no money. The moment in time an EMP drops, you ain't getting no money. Because realistically, everybody's money is ones and zeros. It's digits. It's in their account. You can potentially, your bank account can say that you have $10,000, but are you actually going to the bank and touching $10,000? No, you are not. You're looking at a matrix screen whenever you're looking at that money. It's crazy work though, but you know, like I said, he wants to make the point that everything is fake and it's illusion and stuff. So is everything else, but whatever.
Who calls somebody show and just be rambling? God damn. Dude, stop. What is your, this is the question. You don't answer nothing so far. What is your problem with FBA delineating? That's the easy one. What is your problem with us delineating? Go.
According to y'all, Africans, tethers, whatever you want to call them, already delineated from y'all. So how are you delineating from a people who y'all claim come here and delineate from y'all?
What is your problem with
Okay,
it?
wait, no, wait.
So make that make sense.
Hold on.
How can you delineate from people who don't align with you already?
All right, let me answer. Right. You're right. They do delineate, but our government included them via OMB. You know what OMB is? So OMB is the Office of Management and Budget. So that is the one that made up the social construct race. So you said voting is made up as nothing. Well, so is race. Race is made up and is nothing, just like voting. Okay, so now our government put out a form and it had race on there, not ethnicity, and it said Black African American. And it allowed these immigrants, these African immigrants, African Caribbean people, to check that box as our ethnicity. So basically, they use our ethnicity as a race. So it serves a dual usage. Okay, so by doing that, all of our stats, those guys are included in every last one of them. So now when it seems like progress is not, it's just that a lot of these people are thrown in there and they're on some type of assistance, get some type of help, some money's there.
So let me just answer this one real quick. You said that as long as the dollar remains in high circulation, it will maintain its value. The thing, I'm again as a tech person, and looking at the future, I'm guessing that a lot of people are not paying attention to the fact that a lot of these, I guess, what would you call it, monetary systems, whatever. A lot of these systems that we have, such as the main branches of banks, they're starting to disappear. And I've talked about this over the last 4 or so years, that let's say a JP Morgan Chase, a Bank of America, Wells Fargo, a lot of the areas that normally would have main branches that people can go to, if anything is a problem, they're getting rid of those. Case in point, that's why I brought up the story of Australia, where they've gotten rid of a lot of those banks and those main branches to the point where they just have the ATMs all around. And ATMs only hold limited money. That's an easier way for them to basically control the amount of money that people are able to get directly to. So again, if chaos or anything breaks down, let's say if the main ATM is able to hold $250,000, do you think that is going to facilitate the needs of people? Let's say you got like 12 million people in like a city, and you only have so few ATMs around the city that people can go to. That's not going to work. It's going to cause mass chaos. It's going to cause panic. People are going to be rushing, bum rushing. You're going to have all types of chaos and violence that are going to happen, because you're going to be having people trying to clear out whatever it is that they can clear out directly from that bank account. And you got 99,999 other people right behind you. And some people are going to start to get antsy, and you're looking around like, oh man, I don't think I want to be able to give them money. I don't think there's going to be enough. And I can't get around to the other side of the city, because by the time I get there, that is going to, like I said, people need to start paying attention to the fact of how the system is slowly but surely moving everybody to digital. Case in point, pay attention to how they're getting ready. They're getting rid of, like, slowly but surely, they're getting rid of the penny. The moment in time they start getting rid of the penny, they're going to start going directly after the nickel, the dime, the quarter, and then the last step is the actual dollar. In some extents, they have gotten rid of the dollar because you can literally use a thumbprint, you can use an eye scan, or you can use the front of your palm in order to access your bank account without having physical monies, right? You can use any of those other methods in order to get access to your account, in order to give money directly to the system. Again, all digital. So, like I said, slowly but surely, if you're actually paying attention, money has been turning digital. I mean, it was already digital, right? But slowly but surely, you're going to see the whole thing basically happen directly in front of your eyes. But like I said, people tend not to pay attention. It'd be like that, though. Shout out to Brandon Viewer. You said, I think the argument is that the dollar doesn't have the same value. Let me go to the next clip directly up here dealing with these guys. I think it was like a 4-minute clip left.
So we're delineating for that reason. We're saying, no, you got to address what you did to us all these years, not throwing a bunch of immigrants who are highly selected from their country. Hyper-selectivity, that means that these immigrants, at least from Africa, are not East Africa, to my West Africa. They are the top 1% of their country as far as money and education. And they are coming over here with the H-1B1 visas, which is not wrong with that. But America is grouping them up into our stats, pretending Black America is doing better. And no, that's just Africans coming to America doing well and throw on top of our stats to look like we're improving to justify not fixing the harm. Say, look, you guys doing better, but it's not us. It's a bunch of immigrants who are doing well in America that's kind of smothering what America's doing to us. So yeah, that's called affecting us. So yeah, America grouped them in with us. They didn't do it themselves. We never said that. You made that shit up. You talking to me now. We're saying America grouped them up on purpose to dilute us and do benign and neglect. Look that up, okay? To keep practicing benign neglect.
Listen,
act like
bro,
our
you're
issues.
not saying nothing I don't already know. You're not teaching
So
me
I just
nothing.
answered your question. Wait. You didn't say I got to teach you, my guy. You said answer your question. You said if we say that immigrants are delineating, which they are, I had no problem with that. You said, well,
Hold on, I just let you talk
delineating?
for like an hour, gang. Like this is a conversation. It's not a lecture.
Can you answer
I don't
either
need
one of his questions? He asked you, what does it matter to you about delineation? Why specifically to you?
Right, now answer mine now.
And then the other one about, do you have immigrant background in your family?
Right. I don't need a lecture. So thank you, but no thank you. Number one. So number two, the whole thing that you went around was that the government.
Wait. So are you gonna answer any question for any one of us?
The whole point that you went around was the government put this into place. See, that's what you keep forgetting. Y'all focus is on the immigrants taking advantage.
No, you just get in our focus. My focus is our government. Our reparations claim.
Ron, everybody in the chat.
Hey, dude.
I came to have a conversation.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer.
These dudes obviously have an agenda.
Right.
I'll be live tomorrow.
Hey, Ron, y'all can come join us. Do I have immigrants in my family? I'll show you how to answer a question.
Do you have immigrants in your family?
No, sir. Neither side. And I'll trace my lineage back to 1722. Now, now ask me, what does delineation mean to me? And why is it important?
And why is it important?
Along with the reasons that you said earlier, we have a congressional Black caucus that's essentially placed immigrant issues within the schism of American political capital and used our history and trauma in order to empower these people. They dropped a large amount of these immigrants off and it messed our budget up. It's costing me 120% extra on my property taxes because they brought all these people here and are forcing us to pay for the Democratic agenda to focus on immigrants. This is led by immigrants. The Congressional Black Caucus has been infiltrated by an immigrant caucus and they are prioritizing immigrants. They are trying to legalize 30+ million illegal immigrants so that they can dilute the voting political capital that we have. That directly is a problem, and directly pulls at the levers of power, including how monetary systems are done within our community, how resources are allocated, and who's in charge. If the Democrats were in charge right now, the people they want to have pew-pews and bombs dropped on would be done. That is how society works. It's not the strongest individual, it's the collective system and the way that system is manipulated. And you have to use the levers of manipulation for that system. Did I answer your question?
I was on mute the whole time. That's crazy.
Jay?
Bro, I was on mute the whole time. I'm trying to talk to this nigga from California.
Oh, okay.
Bro,
Oh, yeah.
So y'all didn't
I muted everybody because we were nothing. We were all talking to each other. That's why I muted.
Bro, I was trying to talk to this nigga, bro. Y'all don't understand how to talk to these gangbanging niggas from LA, bro. They don't understand this smart shit y'all trying to do. Y'all trying to be
I'm
smart.
16th at home. That's why. What do you ask that gangster shit earlier?
Bro, I'm mad that none of y'all heard what I said this whole time. I'm thinking I'm talking, nigga. I'm all right.
Not good. It's on you.
But where he go? He left?
He left. I think he's from Belize. He's from the Caribbean.
No, he's not from Belize. He really from California, bro. He's just a gangbanger. Y'all don't know how to talk to gangbangers, bro. These niggas different.
Wait. But
from out west in Chicago. What are you talking about?
So again, these conversations get pretty crazy. So the whole thing, again, we got the whole delineation taking place. The problem that a lot of Black Americans have, and I've stated this before, the Africans were the ones that started it. And Black Americans are going to be the ones to solidify that and to end it. Because we don't have time to sit up here and have people come directly from abroad, come to the United States, into our communities, or be around our communities and our cultures and all these other types of things, and then decide that they don't want to be, a part of us or whatnot. Matter of fact, to make it let me see if I can get you a better example. I think I might have highlighted this previously. Let me see if I can find the one Jamaican fellow. Let me see if I hopefully have that previous video, because there was a young man who was interviewed on the streets, and when he was interviewed, the guy was asking him about his family, and he was stating that, and he was Jamaican, and he was stating that his parents told him to stay away from Black Americans. Like they didn't want him to be associated or nowhere near Black Americans. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this. I got to go directly to this is the Gotcha. Okay. I actually found it, luckily. Like I said, I hate trying to give an example, and I might not word it properly, so people might not be able to follow me properly. And I'd rather have the actual video. Yo, Gnome, what is up? And what is up, Tippy? What is up? So let me just let y'all listen to this so y'all know I ain't lying. Right? This is the man himself talking about his own parents on the streets.
Sunrise Harlem. I just met a gentleman this morning, and he touched cotton for the first time. And
for the first time, okay. By the way.
And he is by way
brown
of
and white one.
the green and brown, of course.
Yes.
And he's by way of Jamaican parents. And I asked him some questions about growing up as a Jamaican young man. And I asked, did your parents tell you not to be like Black Americans?
Yep.
And what was your response?
My response was every fucking day. Every day.
Wow.
It just in the house, you would just, if you do anything, you act like a Yankee them. You act like the American people them. Okay. All right. You know what? We need to send you back to Jamaica to remind you who you are.
Wow.
Every
Take you back to Jamaica to remind you who you are.
You don't want to be like Black Americans.
Yes, I think get preached to you like how they say make it better.
Wow. what did they say, like, as far as, like, behavioral patterns of black Americans? What was the reject?
The main thing they would say is being lazy.
Okay.
You don't want to be lazy.
Got
like
it.
Black American. Like your American friend did. That's what they would say, because it's a stereotype. And sometimes I do have American friends. I have friends of all different nationalities, right? But sometimes, because America is so privileged, so I'm not blaming them. So I'm not like siding. I think it's the Libra in me that makes me politically correct. But you were there, they don't realize what they have, so they can be kind of lazy about it. Like they don't realize, hey, we're in New York, like we're in America. Like you can get up and do anything you want today.
Wow.
You're the only one in your.
Right. And this is not the first time I've heard it. This is why you got delineation happening at this moment in time. Because again, young dude basically said his parents, like, "Hey, you're around these black Americans, you acting and talking like them. We're gonna have to send you back to Jamaica to show you who it is that you are." That's wild. But yet these are the same folks that say black is black. They like to say that everybody is black, everybody is the same. But once your kids start quote unquote acting like us, magically it's a problem. And you need to re-indoctrinize them into old teachings or to let them know, hey, this you're Jamaican, you're not black American, can never be, just like black Americans can never be you. Stay Jamaican. The exact same things that he's saying here, I've heard tons of African folks online talking the exact same way, dealing with black Americans. Like I said, people be thinking that black folks be lying to be trying to hate on folks, and it's like it's not even that. All of these folks out here raising their kids to try to teach them that, oh, black American kids, like they black Americans, they lazy, they uneducated, they don't want to work, they just create like babies and they just do this and they just do that. I'm like, dog, y'all some of the most ignorant folks directly about here, and people want to say that black folks are ignorant because we want to draw a line in the sand. Just like you just heard from his own mouth that his Jamaican parents were drawing a line in the sand. It was like, yo, on this side, Jamaican. On this other side is black American. You're on the other side where it's Jamaican. And this is exactly where you stay. So like I said before, people have already delineated away from black Americans, especially in their households, by their teachings, even if they're within our community. Their kids are going to our schools. Their kids are with the playground with our kids, right? We're, as a black community, we're patronizing their businesses and all this other type of stuff. But this is how they see and think directly about us. But within our households as black Americans, our parents don't teach us stuff like this. They don't teach us like crazy ideologies or stereotypes about Africans or about Jamaicans or about Haitians or those from the Caribbean or those abroad or from where. That's not how we're taught in black American households. We're taught to just respect people just because. Like, yo, it don't matter how different a person is from you. It don't matter what language they basically speak. That's another human being. You respect them. Because if you didn't, you were going to be seeing your parents real quick. And after you saw your parents and they beat you, then they were going to take you to that person you disrespected. And then you were meant to apologize. And you probably still going to get a couple of hits there. And then when you get back home, you probably getting hit again. So, it's crazy to me how, again, black Americans, we're raised to be so respectful to a lot of folks directly out here. But when you hear a lot of people that grow up in these households, they're not raised the exact same way that we are. This is why I sit up there and say, and many others say, that black Americans are some of the most welcoming people when it deals with these United States, because we are. Like it's like I said before, yo, it's crazy out here. It's 100% crazy out here how a lot of these other folks be moving. And then again, these same folks who they teach their kids like, oh, don't be like black Americans and all this other type of stuff. Then they'll decide to put them into our areas that we made popular. So football, we done made a way directly for ourselves historically in football. Here they come going directly in football. And then once they win, they get a trophy. They want to start flag banging. They want to start showing what country they came directly from. And now they want to start, speaking in different tongues. The same thing when it deals with basketball. Same thing when it deals with a lot of other things. But yet again, people talk about like, oh, Black Americans, y'all ignorant because y'all want to delineate, you want to separate yourselves from the Africans. Everybody else been doing it. This is like I tried to tell people before. The moment in time that I see Africans or whoever waving their flags, you automatically let me know that I'm different from you. You automatically let me know. Like I said before, how are you supposed to be a cohesive unit amongst other black people and we all basically win? But the moment in time that it's time to celebrate, you want to sit up there and start waving a Haitian flag. I thought we was all black. I thought we was all in this together. I thought we all won. Not just like, yeah, this is Haiti in here, this, that, and the third, and da. This Nigerian here, this is what we sitting up here doing, and all this, da. Like I said, but people try to make it seem like Black Americans are crazy. That's diabolical. That's 100%. So, boy, yeah, I see what you're saying, and I get what you're saying, but that's not what's being explained directly in this video, and that's not what's been explained in the other videos that I've talked about. They weren't talking about two different types of Black Americans. They were just saying in general. This is a generalization that they like to do. Like I said, I get what you're saying, but when it deals with these videos here, they're making a generalization when it deals with Black Americans. You don't really see conversations out here where you hear African parents telling their kids, oh yeah, be like the smart and educated Black Americans and this, that, and the third. You're not seeing the Caribbean parents, the Haitians or whoever else saying, oh yeah, be like the smart Black. No. Black Americans in general. Because it's crazy to me how you can have somebody like Kodak Black come directly into rap. And you see how Kodak Black is rapping. You see what he talks about, what he's out there doing. I'm like, that's crazy. But people would say that that's Black American culture though, right? Right? The same thing with 21 Savage. That dude is over there from the UK, even though he's here in these United States. Or you can go to somebody such as, let's say, like a Burna Boy, right? Somebody who's Nigerian, but then he mixes and masters Black American music to meld with his African songs on top of taking on the aesthetics of Black American dressing. You know, like the Timbs, the blue jeans, all of the jewelry, you know, all of that stuff, the showmanship, where it's like, I'm going to show you what it is that I got because I know you don't got it. You got the same thing with Shabuzi. It's another African. Like I said before, man, I get what you're saying, but a lot of these folks, they talk in generalizations when it deals with Black Americans. People don't sit up here and take their time to separate the ultra, educated from the straight ignorant. That's not what they do. Once they see, one quote unquote classification of Black Americans, that basically means all Black Americans. And like I said, I've gone over quite a few videos, talking about that subject as well. Let me see. Do we got another one up here? So a Jamaican woman got on a podcast and said that Jamaican woman says that Black Americans play the victim and all we do is complain. I'm trying to see, is there a way? Is that the clip? Okay. I mean, even though let me see if I can get it without the music real quick. Give me a second. Cause I'm like that, and like I said before, that's the other thing that I get tired of. I had another person directly up there. I think she was like Caribbean, and she was trying to say that her people went through a lot of stuff, but the thing that's different from her people and Black Americans is that their people don't wear the past or bear it like some type of like heavy cross. they forgive and forget and let it go and all. I'm like, dog, I don't got no time to be trying to hear folks trying to tell Black Americans how they should be moving with history. If you yourself, as from wherever it is that you're from, want to move with history in a different type of way or light, all right, that's cool. That's directly on you. Stop putting Black Americans or trying to, use them as an example as what not to do. Like you're 1,000% going about it the wrong way, and you're downplaying a lot of the things and the trauma that Black Americans have faced and gone through by doing that. You know? Um, so yeah, it's gonna take me a little. I'm also gotta save a bookmark real quick. Gotta wait for the program to start up so I can get rid of this because this is crazy. It's crazy how just like one search can instantly start up a whole nother conversation. But this is the and more part, of the live stream. Also, shout out, to the folks, that's out here being a part of the conversation. Um, in the comment section, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Takes a little bit of time because I got multiple things running, and we do not have the proper RAM at this moment because RAM is astronomical. RAM is astronomical. Shout out to my PC people who know it is a tough world out here. It's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a little minute. But yeah, like I said, this is not the first time, and I've given y'all examples of even beyond what the young Jamaican man was basically stating, from his honest opinion about dealing with his people. Again, I told y'all before, I worked with those who are Jamaicans and I work with those who are Haitian, and I heard directly from both people that from their perspective that Black Americans are lazy. It was like, yo, a lot of your people, you're lazy, but you're different. You are a hard worker. And I'm like, that's not how that works. I'm like, I don't know who you've been working with, but I'm like, yo, that's not how that works. I like I said, I need a lot of y'all to do like whatever programming that y'all got, y'all need to go fix that because that's crazy. And like I said, now if I was beyond or not entrenched in any of this stuff, like if you were to put me back in like early high school or whatnot, whatever, no matter what the voice is, I'm like, oh, that's another, Black man directly out here and da 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 up until further notice. Now, if somebody decides to tell me like, yo, it's another Black man, like, yo, what's up? It's like, no, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. Right. Or whatnot, or whatever. Like I said, this is how a lot of this stuff starts. Like I told y'all before, young Dominican dude that was a supervisor at the time. I sat up there and worked with him. I sat up there and told him to his face, I'm like, yo, it's great to see, a young Black man that got, a great position, at a job and, and it's working pretty hard and whatnot and all this other type of stuff. Cause like I said, for me to see, like the image of a Black man doing something, I'm like, yo, that's great. That's good. Like, yo, keep going, especially he's young. I'm like, yo, keep going and aspire to do many things. He's like, no, Papa, I'm Dominican. And it's like, my brain, I think it broke, like I told y'all before at that moment. Because I'm like, I'm looking at you, I'm looking at me, I'm like, we both, you just like a little shade, lighter. But I'm like, to me, it looks like I'm looking at a Black man, but he told me himself he's not. So like I said, so when we sit up there and say that other people started this whole process of delineation, that's exactly what we mean. And like I said, given my own experiences, Dominican, Haitian, Jamaican, all of them in their many ways told me that they were not me. And now people want to sit up there and get mad when I'm up here and many other folks are up here and we're talking about, all right, we're going to do the same thing that everybody else is doing. and we're just going to make it finite. So if everybody want to be, away from us and they don't want to be considered as us, no problem. We got you. We're going to oblige. Now you got all of these folks coming out the woodwork talking about they're on the other side and rah rah rah, right? They're against us and all this other type of stuff, and we're xenophobic and anti-African and this, that, and the third. So let me go to this video that I pulled up on right here because I had to let it get finished.
Speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like an outsider looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shante,
It makes sense.
yeah, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just are focused on, oh, you can eat, you know, think say somebody I touch you. You know, think say, oh, I'm gonna have the right temperature. I'm hungry.
It is our job, or it's everybody's job, to be able to grow up and be able to see through other lenses and other perspectives without having to live that experience.
I know, get it.
So again, she said she's not speaking for her country, but she said a lot of Jamaicans think or feel as though that Black Americans just complain too much or complain about everything and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. And when it's dealing with the Jamaicans or other folks, they're just thinking about surviving. What do you think that we've been doing in these United States since we've been here? You think that we just been on easy street? You think that everything was just like handed to us and given directly to, like, this is, man, brother. It's like you got older ignorant folks passing down their ignorance directly to their kids, and you can see it in 4K. Like, this is wild. This is 1,000% wild. And then, not to mention how Jamaicans made a video about sacrificing Black Americans in some type of horror film. Like, that's crazy. So let's look. I'm going to get this other next video. So the title on this video says Jamaica. Let me just make sure to get this real quick. Like, this is getting crazy. And people are like, yo, man, why you keep focusing on one group? Hey, that's how the content be rolling. If your group happen to pop up when I'm searching, hey, we gonna be focused on them big time. So I guess it's gonna be a standalone video I'll be doing pretty soon. Dude said Jamaicans claim a large global influence, but foundational Black American culture impact is undeniable. We set the trends and shape the world in ways they can't understand. Right. So dude says Jamaicans say that they have more influence than Black Americans. Let's see what this conversation is, right? Let's take a look. Whoops. Let me go to downloads. There we go.
Let's
What do
keep
you
it a
mean?
blood. You've been cosplaying as black for far too long, growing up
Bro,
around
I'm
here, right?
Jamaican. I'm Jamaican,
Yeah,
and
you're
yes,
Jamaican.
I rock with
That's
black.
right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, I'm
That's
black. I'm
nothing
black.
wrong with that, brother. But I'm saying the reason why you're thinking it's division, because let's be real, black people are phenomenal. We've done phenomenal things. We got a history.
So
We got
yes,
a
we all
long list
have.
of
We all have. We
achievements.
all family.
We got
Yes, we
over
all have.
50,000 patents in this country. Let's keep it real.
Okay.
Who wouldn't want to attach themselves to hip hop, to our culture, the way we walk, the way we talk?
Cool
We're the
Herc.
influencers of
Cool
the
Herc
world.
was a part of
We're
the
the
pioneer of hip
influencers
hop.
of the world, brother. We're the influencers of the world. Who wouldn't want to rock with us? When y'all come over here and y'all want to dress like us, y'all want to walk like us, y'all want to talk like us, then y'all want to be us.
Hold
And
on
it
now. Hold on.
was flattering in the beginning, brother.
Let's
It was
take a pen for a
flattering
second.
in the
Let's take
beginning,
a pen
brother.
for a second.
It was
I don't want to
flattering.
play into this division.
Now we're saying, guess
I
what?
don't want to play
Hold
into
your
this
own.
division, but I would say Jamaica have a very big influence all over the world. Stamped.
Not bigger than us.
Very extremely
Right.
big.
Not
Stamped.
bigger than us.
Stamped.
Not bigger than us. I mean, that's debatable then. That's debatable.
But we can say this about any race, and every race has done great things, bro. One is not greater than the other.
Right.
Oh
Every
my
race has done
God.
great things. I'm not saying they
That's,
haven't.
there's no point of dividing, bro. We're all one people. We're all created from the same source, bro. Women, men, like skin color, like race is just an illusion.
Race is literally a social construct to keep us
It's a
arguing
construct to
like right
divide people. Like
here.
imagine, like,
What
oh,
that
you're
is
this
saying,
Bro.
hold
color,
on,
you're
guys.
this color, you
What that
can't
is
do this.
saying
Like,
that
what?
I also heard the host saying also that
Thank you for
they
gifting
don't
the
get
panel.
credit for what they
Appreciate the
do,
gift
which
on the
they
panel.
don't.
If you like what the speakers, go ahead and gift them. Go ahead and tap. We're not at 11K yet. Get us to 11K. There's 140 people in here.
Right. So the moment in time that this brother, he was like, yo, Black Americans are great. This is what we do. This is what we're about. This is what we started. We got so many adventures. We got the style. We got the charisma. We are the wave. We are the fashion. We are this. We are that. People want to come over. They want to act like us, talk like us, dress like us, eat like us, all of this stuff. And then here they come. It was like, no. I wouldn't go that far. But I'm like, when I listen to your voice, I don't specifically hear Jamaican. I don't hear where it is that you're specifically from. Like, where is that accent? Because, like I told people before, the main thing that I understood, at least when it, especially when it deals with like Africans or other folks, when those two parents who are from that country are in that household is a reflection of that country. They're talking with the main voice that they have of that country. That's how their voice sounds directly in that house. Or if they decide to speak that language, they're speaking that in that house. So to make sure to indoctrinate those kids with things directly from home, even though they may not be home. So it's a little bit confusing to me how you're raised with parents that have the accent, that got the voice, that got the words, but yet you don't carry none of that. You don't have none of that. But yet you're saying that you're not copying Black Americans. You don't sound like Black Americans. That's a little bit weird to me. And then you got the other one directly in there that wanted to pull up to the scene. He was like, let's not get into the division, guys. You know, every culture is great. No culture is greater than the other. Race is a construct, and you know, this is all divide. I'm like, get this directly out of here. Just like how the one dude, when they wanted to say all of that, before they said that, when it dealt with hip hop, the dude was like, oh, Cool Herc. He was the pioneer, and this. But when you quote and go look at Cool Herc, you'll sit up there and see who it is that even basically gave him the idea to start doing what it is that he did. And that came again directly from Black Americans. If you go back and listen to James Brown and many others, right, who are again the reason why we even have hip hop, because everything is an evolution, right? It's a step from something else. When you go back and listen to James Brown, and I put this directly out there on a live stream before, James Brown, he acknowledged it. He was like, yeah, a lot of what these young dudes is doing, what they call it, when they out here, rapping and whatnot, they got that from us. And it cut to a snippet of James Brown on one of his records. He was rapping directly over the beat, the exact same things that you heard rappers doing in the 80s. Like I said before, Cool Herc and all that other type of stuff. Like I said before, everything is a step in evolution. So like I said, we got hip hop because of the previous Black American music that we had. It stepped upwards, evolution. But like I said, you can't tell folks nothing. Like I said, even when you go back and you start looking at the different dances, like the break dance and all this other type of stuff, you got people back in like the 30s, the 40s, the 20s, Black Americans sitting up there doing this on stage. But like I said, other folks want to come up to the scene and act like, nah, we was the one that did it, da. And then the dude talking about like it's solidified, Jamaicans are all over the globe. Brother, nah. Like if you want to sit up there and talk about like, all right, you got the colors, you got the flag, you got people listening to Bob Marley, okay, you got that, but ain't nobody trying to just pull up to the scene and just automatically be Jamaican. When I look at folks down there in Africa right now, I see them emulating the styles, not of Jamaicans or anybody else, but I see them emulating Black Americans. I see African women dressing like Black American women in the United States. I see African men dressing as Black American men in the United States. Like I said before, Burna Boy is wearing Timbs. When we think about Timbs, I mean, people can get into like the debate on who was like wearing what and all that. When I think about Timbs, I sit up there again. I'm from Detroit, so we wore Timbs, but again, when you think about the worldview, you look at New York. You think about New York and Tim's. And in my mind, I'm like looking at Africans. I'm like, what time of the year would y'all actually be wearing Tim's? Like, what would you actually have a purpose for Tim's or even like a puffer jacket? You know, any type of like fall or winter gear. Like, why would you even have that on? Like, I even saw like Africans wearing like some snow goggles. I'm like, brother, you're at a place that has never even seen snow. You probably haven't seen snow probably since close to like Pangea. Like I don't even know why you've been wearing goggles or any type of snow boots at all. Like you're looking crazy out here. This is not Paris Fashion Week. You're in the red dirt region of Africa. You are literally at the equator, my friend. You have no snow, nor will you see it at all. It is very warm there. It is very lush environment, humid environment. But like I said before, you can't tell nobody nothing, man. You can't tell, none of these folks, none people, don't want to pay attention. People don't want to listen. And like I said, it's crazy work out here. 100% crazy work. Let me see. I'm not gonna go to the Nicki Minaj sounder girl. We're not doing that. I'm not gonna go back. Wait, what did she say? No, I can't do her content. She up here sounding like Nicki Minaj. I can't do that. I'm sorry. The voice is too annoying. Can't do it. Can't even do it. I almost. Yeah, that dude was just sitting up there saying stuff just to say. He was like, Jamaicans make better fried chicken than Black Americans. Yeah, people said the same thing about the South Koreans, but the reason that South Koreans even know about frying chicken is because of Black Americans. So it's a little bit weird when those who basically, did it, originated, want to sit up there and say that Asians do it better. That's some crazy work. It's crazy. Let me see. What did he say? He said, wait, which video? I gotta figure. Okay. Oh, somebody's showing a video of Jamaicans dancing. Was that the twist? The scatter lights? Brother, and people be saying that other people created hip hop. I'm like, if you really created hip hop, it's like which everybody says, right? It's like then why didn't you create this back home? Why did it take for you to quote unquote leave home in order to actually create something? Like again, it's weird. You got all the tools and everything that you need back home. Everybody, all the music and everything like that. Everything looks like you. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is crazy. And this is like 1976. Wow, the times. Let's take a look at this real quick.
Yes, it's a number called The Guns of Navarone by a group of musicians who dominated the ska era from the late 50s right through to the beginning of Rocksteady in 1965. They're called the Scatterlights and were all professional musicians with a jazz training. Artists like Roland Alfonso on sax, Don Drummond on trombone, and as well as making their own records, they backed almost every major act from Jamaica during this period.
In the early 60s, Jamaican immigrants brought reggae over here, and in England it was almost exclusively handled by two companies, Ireland and Melodisc. Melodisc label was called Bluebeat, and that's what the English fans called ska.
The important thing about ska was the wild honking horn arrangement and the insistent beat the dance they did too. It was the ska, not the hands and hip movements.
Yo, I'm just gonna be real. When I'm looking at this, it looked like a group of fiends dancing. Like that's what it looks like. It looked like a group of fiends that's really on it, and they feeling those drugs. Um, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is no, this ain't it. This ain't it. Like it's this is this. I can see why you got white folks that would be attached to music like this, because you don't need no rhythm, you don't need nothing to catch a beat or to do anything. Like I'm pretty sure if I took the dance that they were doing and teamed it up with some different music, it would still match up. That's wild. That is creative hip hop though. Oh Jesus Christ. Woo! That is wild. Wait, what was that? Yeah, Bushido was like, "What are they trying to do? The twist?" That's what I thought. As soon as I saw it, I thought it was a twist. It was called the Scar. Wait, what did he say? Hold on, let me go back.
Oh, isn't it?
Yes, it's a number called The Guns of Navarone by a group of musicians who dominated the ska era from the late 50s right through to the beginning of rocksteady in 1965. They're called the Scatterlights and were all professional musicians with a jazz training. Artists like Roland Alfonso.
But minus that, let me see if I can go back. I think it was like right here.
They did too. It was the ska. Note the hands and hip movements.
So the dance is called the Scar. I don't, like I said, I don't know what's happening. You're not going to tell me that this is where hip hop originated from. You're not telling me that. You're not telling me that, brother. Yo, you are. Come on, son. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Like, yo, it ain't no motion. I don't know. I don't know, Shane. You said the scat or the scar. Yo, I don't even know. Because we're dealing with the UK, this looks like rubbish. Yo, that looks crazy. But this is these are the folks that originated hip hop though. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Let me tell you. Let me see. So let's go to the next one here because I was waiting for her. Because usually whenever I happen to see folks talking and it take a long time, I'm like, yeah, you gonna say something about black people. I'm like, I know it's coming. Let's just take a look at this. And I swear I've showcased her face looks very, very familiar. I swear we've seen her talk before.
I'm in Jamaica, right? Right, okay. And I'm having a good time. I've been here for about 2 days now. And in the 2 days that I've been here, I've been on a couple excursions. And I kid you not. And on this excursion, do you understand what I'm saying? There were like a couple Aussies, people from Australia. I can tell I'm British, clearly. There were Europeans, there were Americans, white Americans, there were like Asian people, Hispanic people.
She said, I can tell that they're Australian because I'm British, clearly. Nothing about you other than the accent reads British. And people tend to have an accent because they stay there. I mean, even if somebody stays at a place for 10 to 20 years, there's going to be a mixture of the accents that are there. But if you take that accent directly away, nobody's going to be able to know or understand that you're British. But again, to be proud of it's crazy. The same folks, like everybody said that they got a homeland, right? and Jamaica is basically, it will be, I guess, her homeland. That's probably where she's, from, or her people, or all this other type of stuff. But didn't the United Kingdom have a lot to do with all of the islands directly out there, Jamaica, Haiti, and all this other type of stuff? And then you run and flee and go directly to the exact same people, the people that oppressed you, that are still affecting your folks still to this day. And then, all right, but maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm thinking too hard on it.
People, but like, you can tell they live in America and the other country. They were tourists, and then they, then there was some African American people, and bro, and everyone that was there, I was expecting that it would be, the American white people or the Europeans that would be doing the most. But bro, when I tell you that the most disrespectful people I have come across so far when it comes to Jamaican locals and hotel staff are African Americans, I'm not joking. This one woman was on the thing chatting to the man as if the man ain't got no sense. Literally talking on top of her voice like the man ain't got no sense. So let me ask you lot this question, yeah? Let me ask some of you lot this question. Where is the same level of energy when you mans are over in your countries getting dragged by your edges by the police? When you are over there in Walmart getting disgraced over a packet of crisp that they are even claiming that is not on your receipt, and they're calling the police on you lot, where's that energy?
Now, not really trying to defend ignorance, right? But it's crazy to me, yet again, this is another video where you have people sitting up there saying like, oh, it's crazy how, Black Americans got this energy for the Africans and whatnot, whatever, but y'all don't got this energy for white supremacy, right? She's sitting up here saying like, it's crazy how y'all got this energy in Jamaica, but when y'all back in America and y'all dealing with the police or y'all dealing with Walmart or whatnot, whatever, y'all never had this energy. Do y'all not take a look at social media? Like it doesn't take nothing but a few clicks and a few thumb movements to put something into the search bar and to find the videos of which you are directly want to see or speaking directly of. I've covered different incidences of women having voices, sitting up there getting highly angry because they're accused of stealing, and you can clearly see the receipt. They didn't sit up there and steal nothing, and they cussing each and every person out, and not just that, also cussing out the police for even being there and even responding to the BS call. Like I said, we done seen this 99 different ways over the years, but like I said, she looks like she ain't even really been here. She looked like she in her early 20s. So more than likely when a lot of those videos are happening, she was probably in middle school. Just saying, she was probably in middle school during that time. But let's keep going.
Instead, some of you lot come to other people's country and speak to people, other Black people, like you lot don't have no fucking sense. Oh? And what's actually so sad is that if you come to Jamaica, if you've never been to Jamaica and you come to Jamaica, Jamaican people are traditionally welcoming and they're very, very nice. Like, you'll be walking around. Like, a moment ago, I went outside for a walk. Everyone was saying hello to me. Everyone was saying good morning to me. People are just naturally nice. People are, like, helpful. They're kind. So I don't understand where this level of attitude and entitlement comes from towards these people. And the one thing about Jamaicans as well, they will never argue back with tourists. They won't do it, but I'm not gonna lie, it's getting to a point where they need to start beating some of you lot up. Like, real talk. Because you lot need to do better when you come to other people's countries. You lot come to other people's countries with the entitlement of white Americans when it comes to other Black people. Because you lot know full and well that the privilege in which you are trying to portray over here, you do not have over there. And it's funny how some African Americans will come on social media and start talking about, oh my God, these Caribbeans think they're better than us. These Caribbeans this, these Caribbeans that. But you lot are the same ones. Look how you lot behave when you come to their country. And I witnessed that shit firsthand. I'm British. Look how you lot behave when you lot come to other people's country and have the audacity to sit down and talk about other people think they're better than you. And let me just be clear, because I have been on more than one excursions. For everyone that I've been on, every single time something pops off, it's always them. Always them. The American white people, the other white people, cool. It's always them screaming at somebody in their ghetto.
So I guess she's trying to throw shots at Black American women. And she's like, yeah, every time she sees white people act like they got common sense. You don't know white people. You must not know white people at all. White people are the main reasons why you got folks out here talking about in certain instances that, they're they're calming down on allowing American tourists to come. This what they're saying is that they're slowing down on not having a lot of white American tourists because white Americans, wherever it is that they go, they feel as though that they're privileged. And because they feel that they're privileged, they feel like they can say and do whatever it is that they want to do. I done seen a lot of white American tourists. Even if you talk to Australians, they don't like white American tourists because of how they act. You ask those in the UK, the exact same thing. Russia, the exact same thing. Other places, the exact same thing. Like I said, these people ain't talking about black Americans. They're not talking about black Americans. Now, because you have some melanin, you're more than likely going to pay more attention to those who are reflective. So you're going to spot that and you're going to sit up there and see that. You're not going to be sitting up there paying attention to white people because in your mind, just like you say, you was like, I ain't never seen white people sit up there act a fool and act stupid and act crazy. Well, what's always happened in a multitude of excursions and places that I've been, it's always them. It's always the black Americans, always the black Americans, always the black Americans. I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. Like I said, black Americans are not the reason that the world hates America. Let's just make that very factually clear. And that is a bar right there. Black Americans, look it up if you want to. No matter what people got to say about black Americans are not the reason that the world hates America. If we want to talk about it, if we want to be real, if we actually want to deep dive into something, like I said, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Crazy work. But like I said, let's just say on a what if that there may be some ignorance that she did sit up there and see. That's not even a in the 1 percentile of black Americans. She's dealing with the minority that decided to have some money or save up some money and take a trip. Cool. But what about all the rest of the black Americans that are there in Jamaica that are just minding their business? Magically, you don't see them. You don't spot them though. You always spot the outliers. You always spot the other ones out there first. You don't spot nobody else. But then when it deals with the good of every other race, you can always see them. Come on, dog. Come on. Like this is, like I said, this is some crazy work. This is why we be having problems with a lot of folks that want to sit up there and speak on black Americans, because y'all start doing this whole generalization type of thing that y'all do. And then when we call y'all out for it, then y'all want to have a problem. Like I said, man, like, come on, man. There's a lot of black Americans that can sit up there and talk about people from other places that done come through and had attitudes with black Americans, which makes no sense. I'm trying to see if I can click on this video real quick. It ain't clicking. Will this video actually play? Okay, you're talking about the language. That's cool. Ain't no problems. But what she say? Said complain in your resort in Jamaica. Oh, is this about the Jamaica resort thing? Let me see this with you. She said to the black Americans playing in your resorts. How you gonna say fellow black Americans when you just said that you're Jamaican through and through? Come on, dog. Make your decision on where you at. Like, let me. So this was again, I never seen this video. So she's going to talk about black Americans when it dealt with the resorts and everything that took place with that. I'm not going to go through the whole video because I think this is about like 9 minutes. I ain't even going to do the full thing, but we'll go through a nice little portion to hear out what she's saying.
generation American. My parents are Jamaican, and I have always told people I am Caribbean American. I'm not going into sociology right now, but I am Jamaican through and through. I be telling you, I'm Jamaican through and through. And to see fellow Black Americans get up on the app and complain that y'all don't have adequate food or liquor in my parents' home country, where I still have family who are picking through rubbles, wondering if their house is still there, wondering how they're going to do the next steps, and y'all really sitting there complaining about not having adequate food at your resort, not having liquor, and you getting mad that people are on your head tops because you decided to record. You decided to get up on the internet and record yourself complaining about how you're not getting adequate whatever the fuck. Knowing damn well you about to come and fly back to this country where they gonna treat you
Hey,
like
what's up, love?
fucking I don't know what. You do know, like, you come back to the States, you can't be acting like that. You about to come back to the States, and if you get SNAP benefits, that's gone. So you really not about to be eating shit. So enjoy that little meal that you got when you over there.
Wait a minute. Wow, that's great. So wait. So you went from saying that, hey, you're Caribbean American, you're Jamaican through and through, and then you wanted to say your fellow Black Americans, and then you said that you got a problem with quote unquote Black Americans complaining about the resort and the lack of things that are specifically there going on during the hurricane and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, this is what I be talking about, because I did a video specifically pointing out the fact that the woman that everybody was talking about and they were sharing her video online, she was Caribbean. She was Caribbean. She was not Black American. She was not a Black American woman at all. She was one of them. And magically, somehow, some way, and it's like, it's crazy to me how those who are of the islands don't know their own people. I'm a little bit confused on that. I'm a little bit confused because it's like, so Black Americans had to do detective work in order to figure out, like, this woman, looking at her profile and everything, she got flags up there that are not Black American. That like I said, I don't even know what those flags are. Again, ain't us. But yet you are specifically speaking to Black American women and saying that, oh, well, just remember, you sitting up there talking stuff about us, that'll be a last meal, because all of that government assistance and that SNAP and that Section 8, as soon as you get back to the United States, that's all gone. So enjoy that little bit of food that you complaining about in Jamaica at these resorts. Wow. That's crazy. That's that's wild. That's wild.
A lot of people don't have jobs over here in this country, so I hope you coming back to a job, because if not, you complaining for what? Those staff members have family that they are concerned and worry about, property that they're concerned and worry about, yet they're sitting there trying to feed you and accommodate you because it's their job. Because if there's one thing my Caribbean mother said, is like, you go to work. Okay?
So Black
My
Americans
mother, I have seen her send barrels, give her last, and that is what Jamaica does. Get out of one comes many people. Understanding that you, how do I put this? Nah, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. I'm gonna be honest, because y'all just going off and saying whatever the fuck y'all want to say. Y'all have this nasty ass crab in a fucking barrel mentality, and y'all don't know how to help each other. I love the fact that my country can help you disgusting bottom barrel bitches, because that's what you're acting like. Gutter trash. You act, and you're acting like the white Caucasus Americans that we complain about over here. That's what you're acting like over there.
But you know, the funny part is, I promise you, and I covered this before, right? And again, she's directing all of this towards Black American women. It's crazy how, let me go back and look at this video. Yeah, it's crazy. I guess people didn't catch on to her video because it only got about, I'm not even sure how many plays it got. Probably not a lot. It got 60 likes and 41 comments and about 7 bookmarks. I guess a lot of black women didn't sit up there and see that video during the time, because she would have got lit up real quick. Her video would have been highly popular. She probably would have had to take it down because she would have been inundated. The amount of disrespect that she's just giving within these first few minutes directly to black American women is crazy. The whole Section 8 and government assistance, wow. Call people gutter trash. I ain't heard that since the Third Strike, dealing with my boy Dudley. If people play Third Strike, you know who I'm talking about. Gutter trash. you know, but this is full blown crazy out here. But I promise you that she don't got a video talking about white people and how they were acting and complaining, because I have those videos. I've gone over those videos and showcased those videos. But magically, all she wants to talk about is quote unquote the black Americans generalizing, even though the one main video that was specifically being mentioned and shared online, it was a woman that was Caribbean that was there and that was complaining and that was filming. Crazy work.
And then you're gonna get over here and complain about how we're this, that, and the third, and how we don't like. Look how you fucking act. Look how you act. Look how you acting over there. You complaining that you don't have enough liquor. That's what you really complaining for? Y'all complaining that y'all not getting enough food. Oh, this is a restaurant. This is a resort. This, that, and the third. There are parts of Jamaica that are inaccessible because the roads aren't clear. There are people who are cut off from civilization because their cars are messed up, house, whatever the fuck is going on. And y'all feel comfortable enough to voice your complaints. How about you post some GoFundMes? How about you go post some donation links? How about you go post some fucking resources? Because the next plan, all who are complaining, need to go first. You need to leave. Actually, matter of fact, I don't want you returning back to my island. Don't come back. Just don't. Disgusting. I am ashamed of the videos I'm seeing. Disgusted even. And I know the whole TikTok algorithm, if you click on one video, it's going to keep showing your feed that. But I was like, it cannot be the people who look like me who are out here. I'm expecting it to be, an unseasoned, individual. But it's the fact that I see people with my complexion talking to the staff in such a manner. Don't come back. That's all I have to say. Don't come back. And this is why you guys can't prosper as a nation. You see how Jamaica is small, and they are doing everything that they can do to rebuild. They're like, okay guys, we have survived. My apologies, I got a text message. I'm pretty sure that was the universe telling me I actually need to calm down. But I know Jamaica will rebuild. She is strong, resilient, and she has faced many storms. Out of one comes many people is a saying I grew up with my mother. And more and more, the older I get, I understand why I identify more with my Caribbean side than I do with my American side.
So she said from one person comes many. She is very correct on that. If we take a look at this information directly in front of you, and this is dealing with Jamaica, right? Because she wanted to give the stereotypes and talk about Black American women. So it says national prevalence, and this is dealing with paternity fraud. It said a meta-analysis of 36 studies from 1980 through 2024 estimated that 23% prevalence of paternity fraud in Jamaica, about 1 in 4 cases. Some doctors and commentators estimate that around 20% of children may have misattributed fathers, right? Rough interpretations. About 1 in 5 Jamaican children could have a biological father different from the one recorded or assumed. DNA testing clinics. These numbers are not population wide. They reflect men who have already had doubts and requested tests. Some Jamaican labs reported 70% of men were not the biological father. A 2024 data release from one testing company showed that 47% negative results among test cases. These are selection based samples because suspicious cases are overrepresented. Survey based studies. A survey found that 26% of Jamaican fathers stated that they have been the victim of paternity fraud. Another study found that 67% of women knew someone who had committed paternity fraud. Global comparisons. Some international summaries claim Jamaica may be one of the highest rates worldwide, with an estimated of 34.6% among tested men. Mm. So it's crazy how this woman want to pull up to the scene talking about black American women, but a lot of those women over there in Jamaica are calling other men the father, and they not even really the father. That's crazy. Like I said, Jamaica, not Jamaica and Nigeria are at the top when it deals with paternity fraud, when it deals with these women sitting up there lying, just like this woman is sitting up there lying directly up here talking about black American women generalizing like this. And in second place will be France, because it is illegal in France to do paternity tests, just in case people didn't know. Just in case people know. Matter of fact, let me just put that back up there because we went over there. We went over this before, right? Because I don't want to have people be like, oh, but where's the proof? Where's the information? You're saying this, but you're not showing it. Since people don't want to look stuff up. So it's clear as day. It says that private paternity tests are illegal in France without a court order. Violating this can lead to penalties of up to 1 year in prison and a $15,000 fine. DNA test for paternity is only permitted for judicial, medical, or scientific purposes, specifically to establish or contest legal affiliation. So again, when it deals with Jamaica and Nigeria, they are the top when it deals with paternity fraud. And again, this is because of women. And number two would be France. Because if France allowed paternity tests to happen, their whole system would crumble. Because you got women hopping from guy to guy to guy, and it don't matter if they're in a committed relationship or if they're married. Just saying. Just saying. This man brought up to Miss Cleo talking about call me now. This man crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, boss? Bradley said it's way more than 24%. Sham said, oh no, Cedric, look up Jamaica's STD rates. Let me see. I got you. Jamaica STD. I think we might have went over this before too. I mean, I know that their rates should be high due to the fact that they got everybody coming there. Jamaica has the relatively high rates of sexually transmitted diseases or STIs compared with many countries, although the exact number varies by infection. So let me just get this directly up there. I think I should have room, so it should fit there. Let me get that for y'all. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so we got that right there. Let me see. Sunny said, "Oh no, who could be doing that to all those men?" Yo, dog, what is up? What is up? You said she's trying to talk bad about sisters, but her mannerisms are a copy of ratchet women. Oh, Brandon V. World says, stay STD free out here, y'all. Sham said, what's crazy is that children on the islands there are getting the STDs 15 and up, and it's high. And they got a whole problem out there. Brandon V. World, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. I thought I actually had the comment highlighted. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $5 dono. Brother said that the Jamaicans be out there stroking. Yeah, that's what they be doing. Stroking to the east and the west, they be stroking this dude. What is it? Black man, what is up? What is up? You said hot island scarce rubbers and clinics. Most said Jamaicans have no words for pullout. Sonny said France has illegitimate artifacts. They don't have time to start figuring out legitimate children. That's bars. That's bars. So let's see what we got from AI, right? Oops, ended up hitting the mic, my bad. They said Jamaica recorded 35,713 STI cases in 2024 in the public health system. The increase from 34,278 cases in 2023 and 31,572 in 2022. The most common infections treated are gonorrhea, chlamydia, and trichomonas. Young adults 20 through 24 years of age have the highest infection rates. HIV statistics: about 28,000 people in Jamaica are living with HIV in 2024. Ooh, shout out to the people that be traveling to Jamaica. Ooh, I mean, especially those women. Ooh, the forever gift. National HIV prevalence is 1.1% of the population. New infections in 2024, about 1,100 cases. Ooh, and I bet you that's probably coming from outside of Jamaica. Diabolical work. Higher risk groups. Certain populations have a higher HIV rates. Men who have sex with other men, or MSM, 30 to 32%. Female sex workers, 2 to 9%. Ooh. Caribbean comparisons: Jamaica has about 31,200 STD cases per 100,000 people in regional estimates. The Caribbean overall has the second highest HIV prevalence in the world after sub-Saharan Africa. Jesus. Woo. That's wild. Like I said, and again, that's why I'll be sitting up here saying, like, a lot of these folks, whenever we happen to do these videos, and it's just like specifically on the topic about those out there that want to talk about Black Americans, this is why I start bringing up all of the medical results. This is why I start bringing up things dealing with the hospital, dealing with poverty, dealing with the homelessness, dealing with the childless. I mean, not the childlessness, dealing with the orphanages, right? Especially dealing with Nigerians. They got fields of kids that were abandoned. I'm pretty sure a lot of those Nigerians that abandoned their kids, some of them flew directly over to the UK, to Canada, to the United States, over to China. They flew a lot of places and left them kids directly there because nobody's going to make them responsible. But everybody want to open their mouth and talk about Black Americans and what it is that we doing. We don't got fields. We don't got 100 million Black American kids that are orphans. That is not how we roll. Like I said before, a lot of these folks, they want to talk high and mighty, but they're not trying to look at home though. They're proud at home though, but they ain't trying to sit up there and talk about that though. Like I said, it's wild out here. It is wild out here. Sham said, I bring it up because Jamaicans be trash talking Black people when they need to be worried about their priorities. Fix your island before you talk ish. That's bars. Yo, Vincent, what is up? You said that is a lot of crunch bar genitalia. Ooh, diabolical. Sonny said there's more people with herpes than Jamaicans on the planet. Vincent said the gift of Nurgle. Sham said, do not go to the island for that vacation, love, cuz you catching something. You going, people, if you go to Jamaica, you're gonna be walking out like Denzel. I'm leaving here with something. I'm from around the way. I'm leaving here with something. It's crazy work. Mo said they use all the condoms for water balloons. That's crazy. Sonny said, I suffer with childlessness. You are ecstatic not to have children right now because you don't got to worry about no extra bills. You know, Sham said, I am blessed with childlessness. Brandy B. World said, I suffer from the same thing. Vincent said, oh snap. Y'all are part of the childlessness club as well. Y'all are crazy out here. Y'all are crazy. But yeah, it's like, yo, it's wild out here. I'm not even going to keep going through this whole TikTok thing because I can already tell you I can spot a lot of other videos, women up here talking about Some FBAs are just as bad as the oppressor. I'm like, brother, how do we get here? Yo, was this? Oh yeah, that's Adonis's video right there. Somebody said, why are Black Americans angry at Puerto Ricans who are proud of who it is that they are? We ain't mad. We just telling everybody else to shut up. Like, you can be proud of who it is that you are, but when Black Americans say the exact same thing, it's like, yo, just leave us alone. That's all you got to do. Yo, that then. I'm looking at the water rafting, and I'm looking at the massaging that be sitting up there like going on. Yo, it's wild. Like, if you are a Black dude in the United States and you want to start a business like this, you know, you would not, like, you would have so many Black women that have a problem with this. But I'm like, you wouldn't really allow Black dudes to have like a business and do stuff like this. But if it's out of country, it's like, yeah, have any random dude just sit up there and massage your body and, put, because I'm like, she looks fully covered, especially under her bra. And I'm like, I'm like, how did he do that? I'm like, did you do that yourself? Because I'm looking at her palms and I'm like, yeah, you didn't put that on there yourself. Because I'm like, he's the only one that really has his whole hand covered on that raft when the dudes are like rubbing you down. I'm like, yeah, nah, we gonna have a problem. Nah, brother. Nah. Can't be doing that. Nah. This man Brandon B. World was like, shout us out there. Take what and leave the what? LOL. This man crazy. Shout out to the $5 donor. This man just be saying anything out here now. This dude, I tell you. Oh my goodness. Cold Dog, what is up? What is up? He said they got that Scotch bonnet. That's wild. That's wild. John said, he said, what are you making fun of from Out the Loop? This is the other part of the section of the live stream where we just happen to talk about a variety of things at this moment in time due to the conversation dealing with those from the islands wanting to specifically talk about Black Americans. We're just laughing at a few different things, especially these STD rates directly out there. The other thing, as a Jamaican woman, as the woman that we were able to see, it's funny how she doesn't talk about the sex tourism. I find that a little bit odd. Right. Sonny said, it's not like I haven't tried to see a doctor about it, but she's too married. It's just, this man. Tippy said, like, with what he said, show it. Somebody said broad daylight freak sessions. John said, what are you talking about? I'm just confused. LOL. Somebody said, yikes. That's crazy. I don't think it should be a problem if I put this directly up there because ain't nothing being shown. And I'm looking at it's crazy when you look at, if you go on TikTok and you look at the comments from women dealing with the whole water rafting rub down, it's all the same reactions. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, I ain't never seen so many hyped about having a random dude rub upon them. Because I'm like, you wouldn't be hyped if that was like a dude that's like here. Like if that's a Black American dude here, you would not be as hyped. Wouldn't be ecstatic. All of these things where people seem to be just smiling and sticking their tongue out is like, yeah, none of that would be happening. But I have to make sure to block the music out. Yeah. So I couldn't do it ahead of time. But yeah, so yeah, the limestone like massage. And it's like when you look directly at her top, that whole part of her body is completely covered. And I'm like, ma'am, how did that work out? Because when I look at the palms of your hands, they don't look like his palms. He is completely covered. His hands are completely covered. So I'm like, who did that? And then below the bikini line of that bikini that you're wearing, who also did that as well too? I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, so Black American women just be flying to Jamaica and just be letting random dudes that they don't even know just be rubbing all up over. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, I might as well be starting up a business like that in a whole nother country. So I'm like, that's how easy it is. That's all you got to do. You just got to be from a different country, and you can just do this. Wow, like that's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Forever said, "Is she bleaching?" No, no, no. It's like a limestone massage. I guess you can kind of liken it to like sugar scrub. I guess. Let me see. Am I signed in on IG? I got you. I got you, Pink. I'm trying to go there real quick. I don't know why they. All right, that just threw me off. Wait, what happened? That's crazy. So Meg The Stallion has an anime coming out. What am I looking, brother? What just, brother? What? Let me tell you, Pink. As soon as I open up IG, all the nonsense just showed up on my front page. Stuff that I was just not looking for. I'm like, what? This I think this is why I'm not even on IG really like that. Because as soon as you open this up, it's whatever you're not looking for is going to pull up. It's just it's going to pull up. Let me see. What was this? I'm not sure if that stuff is, was he stealing? Yo, Pink, I'm highly confused. Let me see if they'll let me get this real quick. Uh Wait, they didn't have music to this, right? Okay, yeah, yeah. Let me see, where's the IG, what's the name that I got? Let me get this real quick. They sitting up here talking about black people are so supportive. That's crazy. All right, let me look at this real quick.
Leave it now! Fucking leave it! Don't come back, my goddamn! Go get your shit! Go get your shit! Come on, go get your shit! Go get it! Go get it! Get that motherfucker! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Get it! Don't do that! Get it! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry! 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 Hurry!
This is like watching somebody on the Price is Right. This is crazy.
Hurry up, bro! Go, go, go! Oh my daddy!
Yo, that's why I just want to state, as a person speaking, I do not condone thievery or stealing in any type of sort at all, and nor am I enabling dishonest behavior. Have to put a disclaimer out there because I ain't trying to have people sit up and say that, oh yeah, he look he's supporting. No, I don't. No, I don't. I support people going to the stores the legal way and getting what it is that they need to get. Have a receipt, pay money directly for it that you can clearly see came out of their bank account, leaving the store with their items in their basket and proceeding to go directly to their car, put those items directly in their car, and then go home. You know, like I said, I like the legal way about things. But what I'm saying is that nobody can sit up there and tell me that black people are not supportive of the Hispanic community because they could. They obviously supported that dude and what he was doing. Now, the one thing I sit up there and say is this: where is that one clip, that one part? Now you had this dude doing this, right? And then you had this woman, this small woman. She's not even a part of the situation. I don't know where she came from. And the crazy part about the situation is that you had the larger white woman back there basically like, hey, you don't do this. You don't come back to my store. I love when they sit up there and say that something is theirs and it's really not. They don't even have stock in the stores at all, nor do they even work there, right? To scare the dude off. Cool, problem. Cool, fine, no problem, right? The dude even left the basket. But then the hype squad showed up and it was like, man, yo, don't let her sit up there and scare you off. Dude sat up there and ran back like the Price is Right, coming all the way down the stairs and making it directly on the stage. And he was getting his prizes and proceeding to leave off with those prizes. And out of nowhere, this short white woman decided to stick her nose in business. She was literally jumping in his car to go get those items. And I'm like, were you getting those items to A, return said items, or were you getting those items to B, steal those items from a thief? I'm a little bit confused because it seems weird that you would come out of nowhere. And then on top of that, you have, if I go back correctly, let me see this. There was some dude, I don't know who that dude was because she doesn't look like she has a guy, but there was some dude that pulled her directly out of that car. I'm just trying to figure out, right? All the times I hear that women talk about how violent men are, why would you proceed as a woman that pretty much probably weighs about not even 115 pounds? Why would you proceed to sit up there and jump into a man's car? Are you stupid? Have you lost your mind? How do you know that somebody wasn't in the back of the seat and had a weapon directly on them and they would have just conked you on the head caveman style and just dragged you, into that car as they were proceeding to get away with said items from that Lowe's or that Home Depot? I need people to be, matter of fact, not even people. I need a lot of women out here to be wiser and to be more intelligent. Like I'm past the whole part of like the dude like taking stuff. I'm looking directly at the women who decided to try to intervene. I'm like, you're a woman at the end of the day. This is not your time. Don't try to be a superhero here. Don't do it. I done seen a lot of women try this and they've lost horribly. This wasn't it. This wasn't it. Pink was like, I support two-person items with your hard-earned money, but this was too funny. No, this was funny. This was funny. Tip was like, I agree with Seji. I don't condone it either. This one. Like I said, sometimes when you talk, words don't properly come out as they should. Mine is moving a million miles per minute, and it takes a while for everything else to catch up. Sometimes it works out perfectly, other times it does not, and then you have mispronunciation. So, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Love said that woman was not thinking at all. D Money said, yo, D Money, what's up? You said, I seen plenty of white women do this. It never works out for them. Yeah, I see people be getting hit by cars. They be getting Spartan kicked, all types of stuff. And I'm like, have y'all not learned from the many white women that have come before you? Have you not learned how to just mind your business? And what not minding your business will cause. It will cause great pain and harm. Sonny said it was Hispanic still in front of us while we were trying to protest. Tippy said, yeah, I don't understand that. If I was scared of men, I wouldn't be near them at all. This man Mo got the disclaimer. He said this channel does not support retail theft of any form of criminality. Videos and commentary are for educational and or entertainment purposes only. That's bars. Straight bars. Got to put that disclaimer up there because people try to be slick. Like, oh my God, this black man is up there. He's telling people to steal. Oh my God, it's the blacks. No, it's not. It's not what we're doing here. That is not what we are doing here. I almost want to sit up there and showcase the other videos that pulled directly up on my what's name, but I just can't. I can't do it. Nope. Like that is wild. That is wild. That is. And then I'm looking at a bearded individual with like chesticles, like just out there. I'm like, brother, ma'am, what is happening? I don't. I'm so confused right now. I'm like, what? Like, how is? I think what was it like PCOS, whatever it is. Again, yeah, no, nah, brother, nah, brother. And then there's another video up here where a young black dude, he just like, I guess he's on like TikTok or whatnot, whatever, doing like a live stream, and then minding his business. And you got these two random girls that pulled up to the scene on him on the street, and they just start touching directly on him. Unwarranted, mind you. Not he ain't looking for none of this stuff, because a lot of folks like to say that, oh, black dudes be begging for attention, and nah, he ain't begging for no attention. He's sitting up there just like drinking water. I'm not sure if maybe he might have been like dancing or just talking to people on live, whatever. And they just came up to him and started touching him. But I promise you, let that have been reversed, oh boy, charges would have been filed. People would have lost their minds. There would have been all types of blogs and videos being made, you know, up and down, you know, social media and whatnot. You know, it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here. Diabolical. Shan was like, the entertainment purposes has always been the truth. Shan was like, brother, man, yeah, it's like it is wild. I might, matter of fact, I'll just sit up there. I'll post them in Discord a little bit later. That's what I'll do. I'll make sure to post them in Discord so y'all can see what I'm talking. Because this, like I said, would be showing. And note, y'all already know I don't really even be on IG like that. So for me to just open it up and I just get the world of weird as my main front page is like scrolling through videos. I'm like, this is why I'm not hearing no word. Like I said, I don't know what's up with the algorithm on IG. That it is, what is the word that I'm looking for? The algorithm is not holy at all. It's not. I don't know what religion it is bonded to, but it is not for anything good. Let me tell you, nothing good at all. Wait, you say you sent one more? It's about 3 seconds of music. Let me see. Go back to messages. Dun 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 dun. How does it say? That's crazy. It said it was a TikTok, but then it sends directly to Facebook. Wait, let me see if I can. Wait, what did he say? He said, yo, this man wrote a paragraph, brother. What? Jesus Christ. I gotta read this too. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta grab the video real quick. Yo, this man wrote a whole paragraph. So before I read the video, I say read the video. Jesus Christ, I've been on this live stream too long. Before I play the video, I'm gonna read what the guy has posted. Let me do this.
It's Black History Month. I need.
Right. So before I play it, right. Matter of fact, let me just go make sure and start that just in case I need that for purposes later. Right. So let me read what he put on TikTok. He said, I got $30 million and I get to share it with the woman I love. He says, sharing $30 million with the loved ones, sharing financial resources with loved ones can significantly impact both personal relationships and overall happiness. And in this context, having 30 million presents a unique opportunity, not just for personal gain, but for enhancing the lives of the women I cherish. We often hear stories of how wealth can lead to isolation or tension among families, but when approached with love and intent, it becomes a tool for fostering deep connections. Supporting the women I love involves more than financial assistance. It's about empowering them to pursue their dreams, whether that means higher education, starting a business, or simply enjoying a comfortable lifestyle. Investing in loved ones through financial support reflects a commitment to their well being. For instance, unexpected gifts can create moments of joy, while structured support, such as scholarships or business investments, can lead to lasting change. In sharing my wealth, I aim to not only uplift those around me, but to spread the message that love and financial empowerment can go hand in hand. It's crucial to approach these discussions with sensitivity and respect, ensuring that the support I offer is welcome and beneficial. Ultimately, because there's more, sharing this wealth with the woman I love symbolizes a broader philosophy of generosity and connection. It underscores the idea that financial resources can be a catalyst for growth and empowering others, creating ripples of positive change in our lives and community around us. Okay, so now we can play the video. All right.
Yo, it's Black History Month. I need one of you young ladies to open the door for me.
Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to say something.
Everybody's gonna see this. If you don't do it, they're gonna get on you. You better come and open the door. Trust me. Good girls, good girls. We love that. And then you gotta tell me Happy Black History.
Happy Black History Month.
You're welcome.
Wait, I'm trying to see
Yo, that's
something.
crazy.
I'm trying to see.
This man wrote all of that on that video, and it had nothing to do with the video. Man, if people don't stop doing this, ew. I hate people sometimes. Let me say, I hate people sometimes. That is wild. That is wild. Wait, I'm confused. Somebody said it sounds like you're looking for a white woman. Who are you talking about? It's crazy how people just pull up to the scene just writing stuff. D Money said, did the Mexican guy happen to steal a TV though? Asking for a friend. No, I think it was just something not an HVAC, but maybe like some type of like small vacuum cleaner or whatnot. You know, D Money said I support the caption on the screen. So they said an EP island brochure. Sham said, I don't want white women to hold nothing for me. You sitting, thinking, you uplifting the community. That white woman thinking about how she gonna lift your skirt with her twisted mind. That's crazy. Emmanuel said, taking notes. D Money said, as you should, King. As you should. Oh man, that's crazy. This Sham was like for entertainment purposes. That's crazy. She actually came back and opened the door. That's hilarious. They both actually came back to open the door. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Everything that I just read off had zero to do with this video. I wasted so much time. I wasted so much time. Let me see these. Where's the comment section for this video? This video actually got 30K bookmarks. That is wild. This dude got 613K plays off of this. Likes. So I know he probably got like more than. Let me actually go through this. I know he probably got like more than 1 million. Whew, Jesus Christ. He got 5.7 million plays off of that video. Whew. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. That man did a good job right there. He did that. That man did that. And they said, Happy Black History Month. You're welcome. Crazy. That is crazy. That's wild. And he was right. Everybody else want to see it. 5.7 million people did see that video. So hey, like I said, they did the right thing that day. They did the right thing that day. That's crazy. That's crazy. D-Money was like, they were happy to hold that door open. Sonny was like, I'm looking for a white woman with a strong back from Good Stock. That's wild. Tibby said white people are pissed in those comments. Oh man, that is wild. That is crazy. And then here coming this mode, just sitting up there swapping the conversation directly, just switching gears real quick. That's crazy. But yeah, how long we been up here? We've been up here for about like 3 hours 19. They're pretty good, pretty solid. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any of the folks that pulled directly up to the scene. Also, shout out to some of the people I'm looking at the channel right now. Some people actually pulled up to look at some of the shorts. I mean, I ain't really upload shorts on this channel in a minute. So, also want to give a shout out to the 156 people. Like I said before I uploaded, I knew that notifications weren't going to go out, and I knew that people weren't going to really pull up for that video dealing with the whole thing of Iran, supposedly having a potential or thinking about a potential attack on California. But shout out to the 157 people. Shout out to the 3 comments and whatnot. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We'll be going back to the daily, everyday videos after this live stream. Again, some of the videos that I was just finding out about that I showed off in the live stream, I will have those posted. That is going to be a part of a nice video, especially that one woman, that Jamaican woman. Again, we didn't finish the full video of her, but we're going to have a solo video directly for that one. Sham was like, full time. That is correct. This woman Tippy popping up like, show another video. You know what, Tippy? I did that last time. We almost went for like 5 hours, and you didn't show up until late. You didn't show up until late. I don't even want to hear it today, Tippy. I don't even want to hear it. Hack says, salute, much love, respect, and appreciation. Good sir. D Money said he got a double dose of reparations. Emmanuel said, play it again. I'm close. Wait, I'm confused. Wait, you talking about the video that's up right now? Tippy said, can you show Roman Reigns for 5 seconds? LOL. This woman right here. You, first of all, Tippy, you got, what was it? WWE 2024 or 2025. I ain't trying to hear that, Tippy. I ain't even trying to hear that right now. You got Roman Reigns on your Android or iPhone. You got him on your 2004 laptop. You got Roman Reigns as a background on your PS4. I ain't trying to hear nothing. And you probably got Roman Reigns as your husband on The Sims, Tippy. So I ain't trying to hear none of this. You see Roman Reigns every day, Tippy. I'm not trying to hear this. You be doing this every single time. Show off Roman Reigns. We know. We know, Tippy. Roman Reigns get you. We know, Tippy. It gets the people going. We know. Tippy was like, but I'm over here. And to note, Tippy, you're actually, the funniest thing is you have a nice size Hawaiian population over there in California. On top of the fact that you are closer to Hawaii than I am. Just want to note that. So very easily, if you can happen to save up some money, you can go directly to Hawaii and find you a Roman Reigns type of guy. Real easy, Tiffy. Real easy. What was it? Shan was like, can we talk about Iran for a bit? I mean, I'm not sure because you two be acting weird on stuff. Case in point by the example of the video that I posted. They don't like to give out, notifications, and then magically stuff starts happening with the stream. Like when you start talking about certain stuff, things will happen in streams. I can put it like that. Like how people normally have to worry about stuff on TikTok where they got to worry about every single word. It's not like that on YouTube, but it is technically like that on YouTube. So it's like, yeah, it'd be like that. So, I got to go back to the everyday content, that we've been covering and talking about, What was it? Sham said, I asked because I wonder what other people think about it. All I hear is that white people are laughing that Iran don't have missiles that won't reach here. Like I said, I guess you can put that up to that superiority complex. A lot of white folks want to sit up there and have to understand that whatever capabilities you feel that these other countries don't have, you're going to be very much surprised if you sit up there and keep attacking and poking the bear. Like I said before, you got Iranians here in the United States. How do people not know how those people feel about, seeing everything that's taking place and hearing, word about, maybe their family passing or something basically happening? Like, like I said, a lot of these white folks, they don't even know who is even around them at this moment in time. Like, times are very dangerous. And when times start getting very chaotic and very dangerous, like, it's people gonna really see what it is. There's only so long and so many times as you can try to, warn people and try to tell folks. Sham said, I'm like, Iran has allies that have missiles that can reach here. Yeah. Yeah. Tippy said, I wish he was black. Sham said, nods. Yeah, YouTube gets weird. Yep. Tippy said, I need to do some research on Samoans. Maybe they're part black. This woman, Mo said, Tippy ice skates in the freezer. That's crazy. Sham said, "Oh yeah, sleeper cells too." Yeah, and I think I might have mentioned that in the video. And I told people like, "Yo, sleeper cells are real. Like, don't think that these countries ain't sending when the borders were open to the as open as could be. Don't think that they weren't sending, sleeper agents here and just having them on a ready just in case anything pops off." Like I said, I keep trying to tell people if anything's to happen to the United States, it'll happen from within. And it'll be because the United States allowed it. It's crazy. This man, D Money said, I wish Tippy was black. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sham said, China was sending a mass amount of male agents here. Yeah. Yeah, and even in one video where they did an interview with Trump, I think it was about like last year sometime, they were talking about the fact that a lot of these Chinese men or whatever they basically got, they were around military infrastructures around the United States. So it could be, nuclear, plants or areas where the United States got missiles, in different areas and all this other type of stuff. But somehow, some way, you had, Chinese folks around those parts. And I'm like, yeah. But like I said, you wouldn't have to worry about like no type of like espionage or whatnot or whatever if America would have been like, hey, we're going to put, hire Black Americans and allow Black Americans to be, here. You wouldn't have to, you would have the best security on the planet, but nope. They would rather sit up there and put the keys into everybody else's hands, but Black Americans. Because at the end of the day, a lot of white folks are still fearful that Black folks are going to seek retribution for what it is that took place, during slavery and all the other type of stuff. They still got that fear. So that's why they would rather give power, assets, and money and all this other type of stuff to everybody else, because they still got that fear that we're going to rise up and we're going to do the exact same things that they did to us. Like I said, man, people be living with the ghost of Christmas past. All Black people asking people to do is to just do right by us right now. Just do right. That's all you got to sit up here and do. People don't even want to do that. It's crazy. What was it? This man said Tippy eat soup with a fork. That's crazy. Sham said nods. Yep. And they talk about the trillions of dollars lost through racism. Yeah. All because folks want to be right. Like I said, the most beneficial folks here in the United States would be the most loyal and beneficial people here in these United States are Black people. Like the amount of wealth that we could generate, the amount of things that we will be able to empower in these United States. But like I said, racism, man, it's quite a drug that people just like keeping up with and drinking. It's crazy. No matter how much it's tearing up their body. It's crazy. Wow, that's wild, Tippy. Diabolical. Sonny said they thought FBA being woke was bad. Nothing is worse than when their sleeper agents become woke. Sham said they scared because they they did all that horrible stuff. It's like black people are saying you got to answer to God for that one. We just want to check. Yeah. And that's the craziest part about the whole situation. We're just like, yo, we ain't saying bygones are bygones, but it's like, yo, just let's get right at this moment in time, and we can, pick through and talk about some stuff. But like I said, they want to slide everybody else some checks. They want to slide everybody else some money, businesses, loans, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, hey, they'll learn. The main people worth something here, they continuously throw to the wayside. Shan was like, Tippy, that was so racist. Yeah, that's crazy. Gilman Hill said, white Americans are the main culprits of domestic terrorism. They're lying in the media about Iran drones attacking on the United States soil. For starters, drones don't have that travel range. This is what I will sit up there and say when it deals with technology. I'm not going to sit up there, but the thing that they were saying directly, even within the article that I read off, the two articles I read off, it wouldn't be specifically, the drones wouldn't be specifically just coming from Iran. It would be coming off of ships that's in the coastal water regions of California. But again, dealing with technology, I'm not going to put anything, like I said, there's tech out here that we don't even know about yet. Like I said, they just now let everybody know that quantum computing exists. The reason that they're telling people about quantum computing is because they've been using it for decades. They've been had this tech, they've been had this information, this knowledge about quantum computing. They're just now releasing it because they're like, all right, this is old news right now. We're actually on to like quantum 2.0 or string theory, quantum tech, or whatever it was. Like I said, they got a multitude of stuff, just like the internet. When the government and everybody already had the internet, right? They've been had it. They got bored with it and like, all right, we're going to give it over to the people and let them play with it and see what happens. That's all they're doing. That's literally all they're doing at this moment in time. Because I remember the one main fear that they were talking about years ago with quantum computing, they were like, yeah, it's this race to see who can get quantum computing first, because the first country is basically going to have the keys to the world. I remember that article, and I remember reading that article, and I might have read it off on a video or in a live stream. And I'm like, y'all sound crazy. I'm like, all of these, the main powerhouses, these countries like China, Korea, America, Russia, and whatnot, they already have quantum computing. It's not a race. This is not the space race between America and Russia. That's not what we're dealing with. Because now I will say that when dealing with quantum tech, that all of our passwords that we have right now, there are no passwords because of how fast they can just crack codes and look over information and try different things in order to figure out what the actual combination of a lock is. So in an instance, it's like, in one instance, yeah, they are correct that if somebody does have quantum tech and it's in the wrong hands, everybody's bank accounts, all your passwords to whatever you got, it's pretty much like you don't got passwords. Like I said, a few seconds, they got everything. Right? Let me see. This man Mo crazy. It was like, the real question is, if we go cashless, what happens to the strippers? What'll basically happen is that the strippers, they'll be using QR codes. You'll have your phones out and you'll use QR codes to basically, transfer money into their accounts. Like I said, you still gonna have clubs. You still gonna have clubs. Like I said, if anybody plays Cyberpunk, you know exactly what it is. You got that digital currency. You got those eddies. You got to have those eddies ready, on the streets. You got to have those eddies ready. What is it? Tippy said, OF, I don't like it, but it's safer. Yo, Given, what is up? You said, yeah, that's possible. Emmanuel said, strippers, LOL. No, silly. Today, you spend money for the clothes to put on naked females. Yo, that's crazy. It's like the whole thing with like, in Russia, car drives you. In today's time, you don't undress strippers. You spend money to actually clothe strippers. That's the new strip club. Reverse stripping. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Mo said, well, to be more concise, what happens to the strip clubs and the strippers? Sonny said, once they master the worst scenario, then they present it to the public. True. Sham said, LOL Tippy, you can't ban that stuff. If there is a will, there is a way. Tippy said, QR codes on their backsides, shaking my head. Yo, Black Rabbit, what's up? What's up? You said Cyberpunk 2077 is the game. Yeah. Like I said, I got it on if anybody's on Xbox, it is up to play on cloud. I mean, if you have it. I mean, no. It should be, is it on Game Pass right now? I think it should be on Game Pass. I think it might be actually listed on Game Pass. So you could actually play it for free if you got either a PC subscription or if you got an Xbox, Ultimate subscription. You can sit up there and play that for the first time. Sham said, LOL. Mo said that sounds like a set fee. Minimum amount for a lap dance is diabolical. Sham was like, it's on Steam, I think. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. At one point in time, I remember I think Tippy was trying to get me to stream Cyberpunk. And after I pressed the wrong button when I was on the streets talking directly to a woman, I'm like, I can't stream this. No, can't stream that. They got like I said, I forgot about Cyberpunk. They got a lot of stuff going on in that game. Some wild work. It's crazy. Lord have mercy. I feel like Tippy would lose her mind playing that game. She'd be like, wow, you can do that? That's crazy. Do that again. Yo, Tippy said, just imagine you're about to get a lap dance, but you tap her backside with your phone. LOL. That's crazy. It wouldn't be a tap, Tippy. It'll be a scan. It'll be a nice, normal scan on whatever app. Like I said, what'll normally happen, like I said, this is just my theory. And again, how I'm looking at like the future. How you have these different payment plans and things like that, you're going to have the exact same things when it deals with the strip clubs. So they'll have the QR codes that you use. You got your cell phones or, whatever device that's allowed. Like, let's say maybe it might be like a wristband that you can go to the ATM, you log in your ATM data, and then you put the amount and then you put the wristband up to it. It registers the wristband and then it loads it up sort of like a Dave and Buster's card. So, right, instead of like a cell phone, because maybe they might not want you to have a cell phone because they don't want you just like filming the girls in there and whatnot. They may have another device that you basically, would use. And it'll be like a tap, like both of y'all will put the wrist together. You know what the price is. Like Mo said, a set price for whatever it is. You tap the wristbands or whatever together. Once it gives the signal, there you go. And like I said, in my mind, I be kicking and thinking a lot of this stuff over. Like I said, I love tech, and I'm looking at the future and seeing how a lot of things are just, is going to be monetized. Everything is going to be, in a sense, content creation and sort of like always on. And especially by the way the society is working, where they're getting rid of a lot of these standard issue jobs. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people flowing directly into social media. Yep, it's going to be very crazy, and that's when a lot of stuff is going to be getting controlled. Case in point, if you look at Kai Cenat, Kevin Hart basically came in there jokingly telling him like, "Yo, this is the last marathon that you having. You're going to stop this right now." And now you see Kai Cenat, he's not doing those marathons, and he's moving directly into the movie industry, because the movie industry is waking up to social media because they've overlooked it for so long, and they didn't realize it up until they saw the numbers dealing with the money and how much these social media content creators are basically making. So this is why you see a lot of the social media content creators like a Kai Cenat, a Drewski, and all these other folks showing up in movies, showing up in commercials because they're doing test runs. Once they can figure out how to fine tune it and make it lucrative, they're going to start having a lot more of these. They're going to move a lot of these folks off of social media, and they're going to move them directly into the movie industry, where we all know your money is capped. Like I said, it's a whole control issue, because they want to get the money back, right? And they want to get the attention span back of the people, because the entertainment industry does not like the fact that social media is taking money and is taking away the eyes from the people. This is why the movie entertainment industry, they can't just afford to throw out any movies that they want to anymore, because billions of dollars are being given on social media instead of billions of dollars in attention being given directly to just any and all movies. So, like I said, it's a whole shakeup directly out here, but they're working on fine tuning a lot of stuff though. Tippy said, I don't like the first camera angle games. I need to see my character. Someone like third person. Sonny said, my wife handles my laptop dance appointments. That's crazy. Sonny also said, I wouldn't play Cyberpunk because I get anxiety not seeing behind my character. If you play on PC, they may have a mod where you can see third person, or maybe they may have a setting on Cyberpunk right now, because when I looked at my last save, the last time I played Cyberpunk was about 2020, so it's been roughly about 6 years, since I actually played. It was like the tail end of December, so about like 5 to 6 years, right, since I played it. So dealing with all of the settings and the changes that they've done, you may have third person on there. You probably just got to check it, or just play it on PC so you can download some mods and do it, because on PC they got mods for everything. Mo said, that's diabolical. No more making it rain. Yeah, it's gonna be no more of that. It might be fake rain, where if somebody has like a bracelet where it has a certain amount of money, like let's say they got like a $500,000 limit on a bracelet, they can probably sit up there and make some some fake money rain or something like that, to like let it know what it is. Like they're just digitally passing money to the girls directly out there. Like it's not gonna be the same. Sham said they can make it rain and it be holographic. Yeah. Yep. Brother says, salute family cook. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Good sir. Much love, much love. Tippy said, probably won't be human strippers anymore. It'll be AI virtual strippers on the screen, or robotic silicone ones. I mean, yeah, true. That is the future as well. Because the other thing too is that you've had a lot of women basically say that being in this industry is very dangerous, and they get objectified, and and everything of that nature. And the alleviation for that would be to throw in AI or robots. So therefore, women would not have to worry about getting objectified. They wouldn't have to worry about getting harassed or any of those things. It's robots. But the thing that's going to happen is that women are going to be like, oh, we're getting pushed out of our fields, and this, that, and the third, we're being replaced by robots. But I'm like, at the end of the day, people say that it's dangerous work to do, and that the being around those men, it changes people's minds psychologically when it deals with men and all this other. I'm like, like I said, I don't know. People, a lot of women, they going to have to figure it out. They're going to figure out. Most said, no more human strippers. Skynet is inevitable. Bars. Straight bars. Tippy said, just imagine a robotic stripper dancing on a pole, and it malfunctioned and stuck, and it has his legs stuck in the air. That's crazy. Give him said, dudes would have to be desperate to pay for fake buns. I mean, put it like this. Look at the adult toy industry, and look at what it is that people pay for. So it's not too far-fetched. It's not too far-fetched. You got people out here paying for full silicone bodies, silicone dolls that they can just put directly in their closet. I'm talking about, you got both women and men that do this. Silicone dolls that cost tens of thousands of dollars, so that they can do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do. So it's not too far-fetched. It is not too far-fetched at all. What was it? Sonny said a strip club named the like button. Sham said, that would be for the best though, LOL. Tippy said, gotta charge up her battery. Give him said, yep, I stand corrected. Tippy said, man, gotta pay to charge her battery for an extra 30 minutes. I mean, it'd be like that. But like I said, if that's the route that it has to take in order for women to be, let's say, less sexualized in society and things of that nature, so be it. You know, like I said, maybe you got some women that's losing out directly on this. It'd be like that. And then it's going to go from the strip club to the film industry, where, you know, women have stated a lot of things that goes on there. And the moment in time that starts happening, you know, again, it should help to alleviate a lot of the problems that women happen to talk about when it deals with a lot of these industries. But this is what I will say, because as I'm talking, I'm looking at how this is encroaching on a lot of things. The moment in time that robotics is used to alleviate a problem, right, is going to cause a whole nother one. So what's going to happen is, like, slowly but surely, the AI and robotics that's meant to alleviate and benefit women when it deals with a lot of these industries where it's male dominated, right? Such, let's say if it's like the office or whatnot or whatever, and the secretary always has issues with the boss or coworkers and being objectified and da 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 da, right? So you put a female robot basically directly in that place. Guess what? Now you got less women working directly in office. Now it's robotics. The same thing when it deals with the fast food industry. If women say that they go through certain things there, all right, cool, we're going to just put robots directly in your position. So, wow, that's going to alleviate that. Wherever it is that women are basically complaining that they have issues with men, robots are going to come in to replace that. And then once you start to replace all of those jobs that normally women do, and you replace it with robots, somebody that doesn't have to sleep, they don't have to eat, you don't have to worry about them getting pregnant, you don't have to worry about them getting a period, you don't have to, you know, worry about them having surgeries or, you know, needing time off or whatnot or whatever. Once you start replacing that, then where is that going to place inevitably and put women? The main place that people said that women didn't want to be, which is at home. But how would a woman be at home if she's not married and she's not working? So if a woman is not married, she's not going to be able to hold down an actual home, because she's not really going to have a job to go to, because every job that women basically are at, they always have problems or issues with men, because men are objectifying them. They're saying having these types of inappropriate conversations, or, you know, variety of things are basically happening. So it's like, how would a woman hold down an apartment solo or a home solo, or let alone even have a car, if she doesn't even have a job to facilitate those means? That then means that it's going to go and force women to be dependent directly on men. But like I said, you know, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Give them said, I promise that I shall never buy fake buns. I can only control myself. Tippy said, women will still get paid because they'll be the ones making the AI strippers. Nah, remember, you got men out here that sit up there and make wigs, they make makeup, they make fashion and heels directly for women. Tippy, men can sit up there and make these AI strippers. they don't. You, Tippy, see, this is the thing though. This is what I need you to do, and this is probably this is gonna have a whole nother effect. If I think your computer, your laptop can handle it, what I need you to do, Tippy, is go to. This is gonna be bad. Go to Steam, log into Steam whenever you have time, and go to Steam and go to the adult content that is there, the those video games that are there. Once you go there, you understand what it is that I'm talking about. And I promise you, 99.9% of the games that are up there that are in that content area, those are made by men. It doesn't matter if it's one dev or if it's multiple devs. Those are men that are making those. So if men can make those games, and also the cell phone games, they don't need women to do that, because men know what men like to see. We know what it is that we like. you have a lot of women out here that theorize, what they think that men like. And this is when a lot of women end up being wrong, because you got a lot of women out here that feel that, every man out here wants like a woman with a fake body. And it's like, nah, I'm no. Nah. Like I said, you got certain groups that want that. A lot of the guys, they like different sizes, different shapes, different heights, and all that. What was it? Tippy said Detroit become human. Honestly, I hate it. Sonny said, "You want to be a stripper? LOL. That's like being a toaster." 2099. That's crazy. Yo, Rabbit said, "Would you become a stripper or a masseuse for middle-aged white women if you were in a financial difficult situation?" It would be a masseuse. It would be a masseuse. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that first one. We ain't doing no strippering directly out here. We'll do some masseusing. We'll do that. And we would have to go into the wealthy areas. We're not dealing with the broke types. We're trying to make money. We're trying to pay bills. Dude said behind the computer screen. Sonny said, "Yeah, now the robots get to eat the crab boil." Yeah, that's true. Sham said, "Or the worst case, dependent on a robot husband." No. You'll have a lot of women out here that actually want a robot husband. I kid you not, Sham. Like, yo, I promise you're going to see a lot of women out here fluctuating towards AI robot husbands. I promise you, because they can program them, and they can have them look a certain type of way. He can have a certain type of build. He don't even have to have money. All he has to do is talk nice, say nice things, look this type of way, and open doors, and they just go out. Now, if she wants to go out and have dinner, she's the only one eating, because you ain't feeding him. I mean, unless you feeding him oil or some type of like lubricant for, I guess, his joints and and his motors and stuff. But yeah. And then of course the ending result, which is for what's the other wording that I can sit up there and use? For relations, or relations dealing with a robot husband. That's going to be the big selling point. And the selling point for that is that it'll be like a Mr. Potato Head, where it's like interchangeable sizes. Right? That again, that'll be the selling point. Like I said, I already see how this is going to work out for women. Like, women are going to love it. Kid you not. All of this stuff where women are talking about, this feminist stuff, as soon as the male robots pull up to the scene, interchangeable parts, and they can just make them how they want to make them. Oh, they don't got no concerns. They're not worried about men no more. Realistically, there shouldn't even be a feminist movement, just to be honest. Shouldn't have to, worry about nothing. Even one of the funniest thing is to note, one of the other women, the feminists, they basically stated something along the lines of getting women away from, in a sense, producing kids, like alleviating that to something else. And that was one of the older feminists that basically, stated that. So basically, let's say like having like something like the Matrix, or robot surrogates or whatnot or whatever, that would basically give birth to the kids instead of the woman. So like I said, we're going to be moving into, that's going to be another wave of feminism that's going to take place somewhere in the deep future. Once you really start having robots move around, and medical science, gets to another peak, you're gonna start to see that in conversations. It's going to start off small, but then it's going to shoot off very quickly. Promise you. Tippy says, so men pleasing other men, if you really think about it, that's crazy, Tippy. Sham said, then you have a whole other problem. The human race is dying. I mean, inevitably, that's what everything is going to go directly to. Because remember, the Rosetta Stone, the Georgia Stone, it said that the human population is to be no more or less than 500 million. So the 1% are supposed to be over the 500 million. And again, they want 500 million because it's easy to control. It's not easy for them to control 7 billion people. It's like you got people all over the place and there's too many variables, all the other type of stuff. But once the population gets to like a 500 million mark, then everything can be consolidated. You can really just have people moving into the different pathways that you basically plan out. Right. They can't just divert and go somewhere else. No, you're going these 4 to 5 different pathways, and that is it. Mo said, while technology may replace women, imagine ordering a Super WAP 5000 from Amazon that can please and clean. They already got those. They already got those. They already have those directly out there. It's just not attached to a full body. This man D Money is crazy. Tibby said it replaced men too. Give said, I remember you did a story about an Asian dude that made an SA game and it was a bestseller in Asia. Yep. Tippy said, why pay men when AI can do it? Mo said, no, Tippy, it would replace women like you that ain't. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Give said, very few men are strippers, though. 75% of all women tried or want to try sex work. I mean, there was an Asian dude that basically went directly over that. There was an Asian dude. He went specifically dealing with the white American women. Love said, random, I need my Sixers to beat the Pistons tonight. Oh, that's crazy. And I'm a Detroiter all day long. That's diabolical work. Diabolical. Now, if we would have had like AI directly out here, all right, cool. AI ain't out there no more. So, but like I said, I get it though. I get it. D Money said women are already messing with robots. Now, technically, that's not technically it. Now, they do have machines by a certain name that women can buy and use and set up. That would be more closer to it because it has a whole app control system and and all the other type of stuff. Sonny said, AI wife, you haven't fully charged me in weeks. Have you been seeing your ex because your breathing patterns have changed? Anytime you inflate your exes, they can never operate or set a timer like I can. That's crazy. Sham said the human race will be gone. It'd be like that. It's all about control, Sham, at the end of the day. And the human race will allow that control to happen. They will allow it to happen one way or another. Tippy said, Mo, it will replace men too. If AI can do your job better than you, men will be replaced. Mo said, yep. The money, B-O-B. Sham said, what's roses? Roses are flowers. Sham is so innocent. D Money said it's all fun and games until you get vaginal cancer from a robot. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Mo said, Tippy, I'm talking about relationships and intimacy. D Money said, really, Sham? Sham was like, huh? What is it? Tippy said, Mo, when you think about corporations you work for will choose you over AI, your boss will take AI over you because that means more money in his pocket. Sham said, line about what? D Money said. D Money explained. Sham was like, oh my God. Give said, but do you see the African, East Indian, and Arabs playing along with the Georgia Guidestone agenda? I doubt it. People will do things in different ways though. They'll make sure to have control, over a population. Because the one thing I'll tell you about the Africans, they're allowing Western practices to be directly in their lands when it deals with giving their women certain medications to stop them from being able to reproduce. Let's say, like right now, they have some type of medication, whatever, where they can give it to a woman where she may not have to worry about having a child for 7-8 years. 7 to 8 years, that's a long time. And who's to say that that's going to be reversible? once you're off the medication or you take out whatever that is. So no, there's stuff directly out there. Trust me. I've been on online and looking at a lot of stuff for a minute. Oh boy, they got a lot of stuff out there. Lot of stuff out there. Mo said I'm talking about fun size humanoids at SEIJIHITO. What was it? D Money said, I'm a Pacers fan for what it's worth. Yo, DeMonte, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? You said, haven't been here and alive myself for a minute. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? Give them said the androids hitting up human women will ask women, who is it? In a Stephen Hawking's voice. Yo, that's great. I mean, again, you'll probably be able to program the voices as well too. They could just put their favorite celebrities or artists. Like I said, you got AI voice, what's the names right now that people can sit up there and use. You know, so they'll be easily able to do that with those robots. Tippy said, I saw iRobot. Nobody wants that. Rabbit says somebody's going to make a song named I'm in Love with the Circuits. Yeah. Like I said, you pretty soon you also have AI rappers, like actual official AI robot, you know, like rappers. I'm telling you, once it starts going, it's going to be vastly different. And the part that's going to scare a lot of people is when they start to really have a robot that is acting, and that robot is winning awards. And then those actors, those human actors, they're going to be like, yo, this is so cool. But then it's also going to be a moment where it's going to be like, yo, if this robot can really act like human beings or copy and really sell it, then what does that mean for me as an actor? And I'm like, exactly. That means that once it gets to that point, everybody is replaceable. It's only a matter of time or whenever it is that they just want to replace you. So that's why I look at the one movie Elysium, where Earth was pretty much just torn up, and that was due to the rich people. They did that on purpose, and they're up there living on like a citadel, like they're in Mount Olympus, and they got what was called the Medusa, which is a machine that can pretty much cure any ailment or any illness that you got going on in the body, including broken bones and everything else. You just lay in it, it'll just assess the situation, and it'll administer what it needs to do in order to fix you up. And they can live for a very long time up there because they're not worried about diseases and all this and that and all this other type of stuff. You know, it's crazy. Third said, I take Ariana. Yo, this great. That man sitting up here like actually listing people. That's wild. Yo, that's wild. That's wild. Sham said, humans raised by robots are going to be messed up. This man Third sitting up there. That's crazy. Mo said saw a woman marry an AI chatbot, and it was kind of sad. I mean, shout out to the Japanese. They did it first. The Asians did it first. Rabbit said, give it 50 plus years and Africa will become like Brazil with all of these non-black men pumping and dumping African women. Ghana and Angola already have a population of biracials. Yeah, that's the whole plan. It's to, in a sense, lighten the folks directly there, and also for a hostile takeover, because if you have people that are half and half, those people can lay claims to that land, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. So whenever I see all of these Chinese men going directly over to Africa and they're getting these women pregnant and leaving them, the whole main plan that they're going to have is that those kids will be left there. They're going to be, of course, half and half Asian, half Chinese, half African. And China, over time, when they want to decide to come for their people or start up some stuff, they can lay claim to that land because the overwhelming majority of them are going to be biracial, especially the ones that's going to be in power, have land, have the jobs, and be directly in the government. Like I said, I can see it. How other people ain't sitting up there seeing this plan is crazy, man. Again, I don't even play chess. I don't even play chess like that, but I can sit up there and spot those chess moves. And that is a chess move, 5D chess move. Like you on some Star Trek type of chess, multi-dimensional levels, like crazy work, but you know, it'd be like that. That's this woman. Oh, yo. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Pink is hilarious. Third said women got a closet full of auto pickles, but this man sitting up here just listening to everybody out here. Man, every name. I tell you, Sham is like, what? Give him said that's true. African females are traders. Give him also said the African men never get tired of being the bottom half. Sham said China decided either that or they would have wiped out those people because they had what's already poisoning the whole wells and the water sources. Yeah, that's bad. That's all bad. But you know, folks will figure it out though. They will figure that out directly in the long run. They will certainly have to figure it out. Like I said, people, they're going to have to get themselves together. They will have to get themselves together. But yeah. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Now, so Tippy can't sit up there and complain. We actually been rolling for now a grand total of 4 hours on whole other conversations. How we got to this side is amazing. I can't even tell you how we got here, but we ended up getting there. It was a most said a fully customizable female android robot will fly off the shelves. Financing and bank loans would be at an all-time high. Oh yeah, people would be in major debt. A lot of guys would be in major debt. Yeah. This woman oh, this is hilarious. This woman said you wait. The money said I'm not judging. Let me get this woman, this dude. Oh man. And what? These a few yo, I swear to goodness, third and D money. Oh man. Rabbit said, I'm waiting for aliens to come. I need me a wait, what? A psychokinetic? That's crazy. That's like some Warhammer type of stuff, right? That's wild. TV said, "Can you play the commercial of Michael B. Jordan?" No, I'm not doing that, Tippy. Nah. You ain't about to get me. Nah. We ain't doing that. Nope, not on this channel, Tippy. We will wait for you to start your channel, Tippy. We will wait for you to do it. And I will be terrified for you to do that because you'll just start putting random stuff up there. Just playing random stuff. Sham was like, Lord. Sham was like, okay, I'm tired of this conversation. Got me wanting a nap. I'm stressed. You said Chevy Tahoe or what's the name? Choose now. That's crazy. Third said, all right, because divorce and alimony got men swimming in financial nirvana. Tippy said, y'all men not going to get a robot wife. You won't have the funds for it. That's crazy, Tippy. Wow. So we're broke with the normal women. Can't afford normal women, and we can't afford robot women. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tippy said, please, it's important information. No, it is not, Tippy. First of all, that's probably a video that you got directly on your phone. You got that saved and bookmarked. What was it? Mo says Super Wild 5,000 stock would be a great investment. That's crazy. And you know the crazy part is that wouldn't be a stock. It would probably be a like a cryptocurrency because of how everything tends to move. And the funniest thing is, if you look up crypto, that might actually be a some crypto right there, which is funny. They got all different types of names for crypto. Tippy said it'll be for the billionaires, not the regular men. That's crazy, Tippy. That's some wild work. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go though. I'll let y'all go. So that is pretty much it. It is Thursday, March 12th, 2026 at 7:09 p.m. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who has stopped directly by, who has donated directly to the stream by way of Super Chat, by way of being a member, by way of Cashapp. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Anybody who's a part of the Patreon, again, much love. Shout out to all of my mods that pull up And that's part of the conversation, and that also pull up to the videos as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I would say shout out to the trolls, but we didn't even have any trolls today, so no reason to even give a shout out there. It's just been us. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Shem said, all right, y'all, be safe. Rabbit said, men who can't afford robots will act like Doofy from scary movies. Probably so. Hack said, peace out, chief. Same. Peace out, brother. Peace out. Shem was like, Tippy trolling today. Mo said they'll just have a leasing program. Like I said, debt will be at an all-time high, and a lot of businesses will be making all types of money. But yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next live stream and or video. This man D Money said rent to own. Tippy said if you want a human robot, be a traditional man. I'm highly submissive. Oh, yo, this woman is hilarious. This woman is hilarious every time. Every live stream, I swear to goodness. Every time. But yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next video and do a live stream. Peace out.